here more. There we go. I don't believe the game's lies. Well,
Exactly.
the idea is hopefully the game will have fewer lies now. Like, a lot of the lies were patched out.
They're not really lies as much as just misunderstandings.
Lies by omission, maybe?
Well, no, we deleted a lot of the lies by omission, so now there should just be omission.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair. Let's see. Oh yeah, so in the new patch here, it was humble. I guess what was the best word? Like not inspired per se, but partnered or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but I'll be very general about it. But the short version is that Humble and Arkan hooked up, and they were added to the monthly bundle. In addition to that, they helped fund additional content. So part of it, the stuff they were doing and that you see in the patch was stuff that we're doing anyway, and then another half of it or portion of it was stuff that the Humble Bundle helped fund, and therefore we put their name on a lot of stuff. And I think it's actually pretty cool. I mean, you get to see direct applications of people putting money into things that they actually want to see. And that was really neat of Humble to do for us, and then hopefully it works out. And then a lot of the things we did for it's pretty fun and just kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's definitely a cool thing that haven't really seen anything quite like that from them before, and it's interesting little partnership there. You like the cut of the pseudo fake devs jib?
I have very nice jibs.
Hey, Elsnick. Yeah, so if you wanted to, you could discuss what your position is or what you worked on there, since you got the whole pseudo dev situation and the chicanery involving that.
I do. So yeah, if you guys have questions or whatnot, I can talk about stuff. I can talk about stuff forever. But the stuff that we dramatically did and the things that I've been mostly in charge with would be working on the pseudo balance and redesigning items and things. If you're familiar with Starward Rogue's development history, it was put together in a relatively quick amount of time, and that also meant that a lot of the bits and pieces that were going into the game were great when they were made, but then as the game changed, it didn't get retroactively fixed up. So at one point in time, there was, for example, acceleration and deceleration in the player's character, which seems quite reasonable if you're playing things like brawlers or spaceships games. So Star Control 2, one of the classics, is a great game, and if it didn't have acceleration, momentum, inertia in it, it would be very, very different. And so then we had that as one of the phases that was initially thought of how we were going to have the mech perform, and putting that into a bullet hell game was an absolute nightmare. But this didn't get thought about and put together until we started playing it. And then the inability for the players to be able to dodge through these half-inch openings was a nightmare. So that got cut out. But then you might notice that there's an item called, I don't remember what it is, but it's some item that's for professionals only, and it jacked up the momentum and reduced the acceleration.
No, not that item.
Yeah.
I think I got that once, and it was, oh no.
You did, you complained about it. And so it just slipped through the cracks. And there's lots of things like that where it seemed reasonable at the time, but as revisions went through, it just came up later, and it was sort of crazy. So we've been going back, fixing those sorts of things, and then working on the entire difficulty and the balance arc, which has been kind of tricky given different types of people. So one of the annoying things about Starward Rogue is that the difference is in audiences. So we've got people who play Tohu bullet hell games that think that 4 billion bullets on a screen is easy, and that's not me. If I see that many bullets, I have this desire to collect all of them with my character's body, so that's rough. And so, wow, that chat is really distracting, isn't it? You start reading it, and you start reading people's opinions. You have no idea what you're saying. Got to work on that. Sorry about that. Where was I? Talking about nonsense, I think. Oh, balance. Yeah, so one of the things about balance is that you have these Tohu players who, Misery is a great example of this. He thinks that if you take damage, you probably should just restart your run because that means you failed.
Right.
And I come from a more brawler slash beat 'em ups perspective where you need hamburgers, automatic regenerating shields, health regen, all of this stuff. And if you take, a couple of thousand points of damage when you're going through a level, that's perfectly normal and acceptable. And if necessary, then we also have scum save. And both of these types of players play these games, and both of these types of players get very mad when they have influences from the other side invade things. So if you ever want to see Misery below a gasket, you start talking about how we should have regenerating shields. And yeah, so occasionally I have to bring that up. And so that sort of thing has gone into this game because of its hybrid nature, and it makes it really tough to actually do things. And then, of course, then you have the casual players. And one thing I've noticed about casual players is they hate playing on normal. They hate not playing on normal. They want to play on normal, and normal in this game is hard. I don't know if you've tried Misery yet or Hard Mode, but those are obscenely hard for people like me. And so having them tank it back on just trying it on easy because it's supposed to be a fun, relaxing game is a sort of a weird experience for a lot of people. I mean, you've got a lot of games these days.
A stigma as far as like playing on the lower difficulties and stuff. I've definitely seen a lot of that with FTL, where like people don't want to play on easy at all, and they complain about how hard it is. Like, well, like easy's actually still pretty hard until you get used to the game. Like it's what you should play until you get used to it and win a little bit. But there's still just that background stigma that's like, I'm an experienced gamer. I don't want to play on something called easy. Hey, Double Taco.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Draco said the same thing, yeah.
So XCOM was a good example of the remake. If you've played XCOM before, the earlier versions, Apocalypse, Terror from the Deep, whatever the first one was, just XCOM, depends if you know or not. It was just tremendously easy. But then again, if you've never played it before, then normal is actually not as easy. So it's one of those things you just have to work with.
Yeah, difficulty levels can definitely be tricky in a lot of ways. Like, there's also the balance where like sometimes it's best just to be like, well, we'll just try to make the core setting as perfect as we can without having a bunch of difficulty settings, like I don't know, Shovel Knight or something, where it's still got enough challenge for an experienced player to be interesting, but still has options like a bunch of full heals and stuff you can use for less experienced players to still pull through. It's a tricky thing in game design, for sure.
Fair enough.
Spicy or peppery difficulty? Yeah, there you go. You just have to name the difficulty silly things. That's... but yeah, I've only played on normal so far, I do believe. And that was a pretty good fit for my skill level. I could probably go to hard if I get a little more used to it. I don't have a... Basically, I've got a lot of roguelike experience, but not a huge amount of bullet hell experience, so...
No worries. So one thing that actually I'm just fascinated at the people who stream this and talk and play this game at the same time, just because talking takes so much mental effort. I try to talk and play this game and I die so easily, so I'm just in awe and admiration that you guys can even play on normal and talk at the same time.
Definitely is a practice skill, I guess, get from streaming, and I still am not, like, great at being able to read chat while doing other stuff. Like, I can't... I will just get myself killed in games. Like, I've tried that with, like, Necrodancer or something, if I'm trying to, like, move with the game while also, like, reading chat. It's like, no, that's just a disaster waiting to happen. But, like, games like this are good because I get that brief little, like, pause between rooms and stuff that works out perfectly for streaming.
Fair enough. So we want to get it up and running?
Yeah, why don't we try this humble thing.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this guy has missiles that turn enemies into money and a secondary weapon that spins money instead of energy. Alright, how do I play this again? There we go.
shoot the things that move.
Shoot things that move. Sounds tricky.
Also, you're still on face cam.
Oh.
Which, you know, is a great way to watch the game, but perhaps not what we were aiming for.
There we go. That'd be the way to go, is just leave the cam up instead of the game. Like, do the exact opposite of what I usually do, right? No cam on screen, game only. Instead, we've got just the cam.
Yeah, so this is actually one of the features that a lot of people don't know about because, well, it's complicated to find it. It's in the settings. But it actually shows you the bullet and the hit maps of everything in the entire game. And you can just turn it off and on with F7 in real time.
Yep. That happens to be my hotkey for switching to the game capture, so I've found that pretty easily, as it turns out.
And then I believe you can just rebind it if you want to, though.
There we go. And that's only one sprinting, okay. Alright, getting back used to this here. Really bright yellow it is, good sure. Hey, I put in an instantiation. Oh, that thing's not dead yet. I actually took. Oh, right. I don't have a shield on the ship either. That's the other thing. The ship doesn't have any shields, but it's got a ton of health.
Yeah, so there's one of Misery's new enemies that drives me absolutely nuts with those floating existing shots.
I shouldn't dive in here. I just want to. I'm just I'll just get wrecked in the very first room. That seems good. Hey, Jackal.
Well, you know, the first 10 don't count. They're just practice.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is where I say, so, 6 health, huh? You know, I have a mod for that.
Let's see. I'm sure I've gotten this before, but I've already forgotten. Like, that's nice and vague. Important locations revealed. I think that's only on the current floor, or is that permanent?
Honestly, no. I can cross
Fire knowledge. Like, I'm just making the game more interesting by lowering my health to start. Okay, like, gotta. Oh, jeez, those things hurt me. As I said, making it more interesting to raising the tension. It's for all floors, Reco. Okay, that's a lot more worth considering.
No, actually, it's really good, and probably should be much more expensive.
And those things are also awkward because, like, it's way better when you're in the, quote-unquote, full game going to 7 floors, where it's still useful but not as impressive in the 5-floor run.
No, that's very, very true. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the little mods I put together for Twitch today, just to see how it looks. We're might going to try to do that on release, just because people were finding that the caltrops were really hard to see, especially when there's other things going on. So trying to get more animations in them to make them more noticeable.
The downside to where it looks now, though, is that it kind of looks like something you can pick up, like a power-up or something.
So it needs to look more lethal.
Yeah, I think so. Like, because I didn't recognize it. Like, what are these things? I just walked onto it, took damage. Hey, Armoretic. Thanks as always for the continued support. Sure, we'll pick that up. Oh yeah, I've got the fire thing. I need to use that too. This will hurt me as well. Take it.
No, the glowing caltrops is something I specially put together for Twinge for today, just to see how it looks, since he's got some really good opinions and thoughts about things, and show you guys something special and fun.
Let's see. So it looks like the rocket kills are probably a random credit, like the 1 or 3s.
I believe so.
Because sleeping is for suckers, Cathotic, and people who want to feel well rested and not awful the next day. But mostly suckers. That was some crazy knockback on that.
Amusingly, that was one of the initial effects I put in on the Invader, and we've stolen it, used it for a couple of other things now.
Nice. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I've effectively not seen Bastille because every time I've encountered him, I've just been like super strong and crushed him.
Well, we did a bit of a mini-boss revamp. I mean, it's not really visible in the patch notes. It might have a single line, but we made them a little bit tougher and more interesting. You'd really especially notice it on Paragon. But Bastille and most of the others were boosted up a little bit as well.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it is a lot like Gungeon and Isaac. It's the same sort of roguelike survival bullet hell-esque games. It's more robot based. I mean, there's a lot of stuff underneath the hood that if you're really familiar with the games that allow you to differentiate it. But if you're sort of casual and you haven't played any of them really, you're not going to really be able to notice a lot of the differences. The main thing that's going to jump out at you is just the artistic merit, where Gungeon is all about bullets and guns. And I think it's a relatively smaller scale, whereas Starward is more about robots and techno.
And I would say that Starward feels definitely more on the kind of bullet hell shoot 'em up side of things, where things like Isaac and Gungeon are a little more in between. And importantly, like, there's no benefit for me just destroying this junk. Like, I'm not gonna be able to find one random sin. Unlike badly designed stuff like Poops and Isaac that are just tedious as all hell but correct to destroy. Thanks for the bits, KG Evans.
Well, if you really wanted, I could have added that.
No,
to the
no.
mod, so. I'm using one of the glitches or bugs or features, let's call it a feature, from one of the earlier versions, was that you got a chance of getting credits on drops and kills, but there wasn't a category for deciding whether or not something counted as a real enemy. So that meant that occasionally you'd get a drop for killing random rubbish like that. So you've got those explosive what are they? Those things that rupture into thousands of shards. And if you got lucky, you could just trade enormous amounts of money because killing each one of those little shards is counted
Oh, wow, yeah. It's asteroid thingamajabbers. Yeah, this is a new thing for anyone who saw the last streams or played this before the most recent patch. You can teleport between rooms you've already visited to reduce the backtracking significantly.
Yeah, that was one of the most desired features and the ones that we were most excited about. We'd actually developed it a while earlier, but we wanted to release it all together with the Humble patch just because we thought that was more fun for people. So Cathonic's asking about the rocket launcher not hurt the player. So one of the functions of the rocket launcher is to be more equivalent to bombs in similar sorts of games. These area effect sort of shot destructions. The other thing is that with so many bullets flying everywhere, and the purpose of the missiles are to basically help you stop bullets, if you fired a missile at point-blank range, that ended up hurting you. And a lot of the things we found as we've gone through and made revision after revision is that any sort of self-damage is just something that people don't like. They don't find it fun, and they find it annoying. So we had the cluster bomb launcher, the grenade launchers, and a couple of other things that generated damaging AoEs that were damaging to the player as well, and we eventually just took them out because it was basically not making people happy.
And yeah, I would just say there's a lot of little bits of good design in the game like that, from what I've seen for sure. Like, there's the default thought is like, oh, the rocket launchers might hurt myself based on several other games and stuff, but like, I think that was definitely the correct decision. Just like taking Brute here is definitely the correct decision. Like, anytime you're offered Brute earlier, I think that's like almost always objectively the best choice.
It's kind of complicated. So it depends on what you're aiming with your particular mech. For the Humble mech, energy is less useful to you as long as you keep with the Contra Shooter, the energy weapon, because it doesn't use energy. And 2 health, I'd probably skip. I would definitely get the Brute myself, but I like to get all the DPS upgrades anyway.
Yeah, it just it doesn't really feel like a strong. I don't think on any ship I would ever not just take Brute here. Like, 2 health is not enough. 25, like 50% damage is so much damage.
Well, so
I know it's not
50%
like
50% base damage,
yeah,
which is a catch.
Yes.
But yeah, it is probably too good. One of the things we do need to look at and refine a little bit is to work on the perks and how they're coming up. So there is a pseudo-random process where each level has a selection of perks that it gets to select from, and then we have to balance these across all of the different mechs. So now we've got 7 mechs, each with 20 levels, and we need to set up something more systematic, I think, to evaluate and choose things and keep things within line. Because the probability isn't that you're always going to get Brute here. So sometimes you're going to get a lesser effect, or sometimes you're going to not see Brute at all. So this is actually fairly lucky.
All right. Oh, and the other thing I always forget, and I think we figured this out at some point, or somebody do, but is it damage to all of your weapons, or just your primary, or?
Yeah, so the confusion of that is actually my fault. When I was going through and looking at code, there were some notes about a specific type of bonus only affecting your main weapon, but that was actually wrong, and that bonus does affect all of your weapons. So missiles, energy, familiars also, and of course your main gun.
Very good. Oh, I wouldn't have actually expected to affect the familiars too.
Yeah, so one of the things we did when we were balancing this is that when you buy a familiar, you're basically spending cash. And you can spend that cash, those credits, to either improve your primary weapons, or you can buy an extra familiar. However, you want to make sure that when you make those choices that the DPS increase, your damage increase, is somewhat consistent across all of those options, just perhaps different in the way it applies that damage and the way of affecting that.
Right. Yeah, you again, you can see that in Isaac, where a lot of the familiars are kind of okay early and then just utterly pointless and garbage later.
Yeah, all of the familiars scale, and they scale based on your bonus upgrades as well. Yeah.
Draco had some pretty good notes that it the kind of like glow of the room you're in is a little slow and subtle, so it still like takes a little while to figure out where you actually are when you're teleporting around.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Most of the time, I don't look where I teleport. I just hit the button and then find out where I ended up. But yeah, let me go make a list of stuff that we can bring up without having to make you guys submit. So, teleporter, check. Try to make that more visible.
It's possible just like bringing up a full like map where you get to choose which room to go to or whatever would be better, but it's a few ways to go about it for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, see, why is that? Like I'm in the shop in the bottom right here, and I thought, oh, I think that might even just be a bug. Like I think it was like glowing. Oh, it's glowing where you're going to. Okay,
Yeah.
now I understand. I see. I was thinking it was glowing where I was there, especially since like it's not really flashing at all in the like item room because the icon's covering up most of it there. Okay.
Oh, sorry. The perfect fight logic was established way back in the beginning. I can't really say why they decided to do it that way. They just decided to do it, possibly because of Misery's influence. I mean, he likes to take down everything without using anything but his main weapons, without taking damage, preferably using one finger on his left hand while blindfolded. So maybe his influence is there a little bit.
Alright, slowly get my health back here. Yeah, it was glowing at both places, Draco, yeah. That was especially confused by the like item icon like covering one of the glows. So I only saw one glow, so I thought that's where I was when I was specifically like, oh, let's check how it looks on the map. Hey, Crayuji. Do I need to turn him up more? I thought we were at a good volume level. Let's see, we're at, oh yeah, 2 shards. Missiles are probably not actually... Like, missiles might be exciting enough for other uses on this ship. I don't want to just burn them for health shards when I've got 20 health already.
Burn them for health shards. You know you want to.
Not doing it.
How about just one? Just one.
Then I just go from 2 to 3 health shards. It's...
Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh, Xenon 321.
he's in the call with me, is he not? Yeah.
It's another new enemy that Misery made. I also hate that guy.
Seems like you've got some deep-seated issues with Misery here.
Well, I think the problem is that I'm just horribly bad at this game. My own personal version I've got hooked up so I heal automatically over time, I regenerate shields automatically over time, and it drives Misery nuts, and so I have to taunt him constantly about it. Then again, I also have random things that I've been working on that are glitched as all get out and possibly cannot be killed, so I kind of buy the balances out a little bit, I think.
Sundered.
The nice thing about this is you can basically kill almost anything in the game. So if there were asteroid miners who wanted missiles, we could give them missiles. So I know this is going to go against your code of conduct, but the secondary weapon is really powerful.
Yeah, and like I've got a lot of shots with it. Oh, I actually thought it was 1 coin per. It's like a third of a coin per.
Yeah, I believe it's a third of a coin per, and it's I think it shoots 6 shots, so it shoots a lot for the money.
Wow, another non-choice, right? I mean, Happy Face is actually okay.
Now, do you want to get those health charts?
It's somewhat interesting because I've already got so much health that Happy
No.
Face actually looks okay.
Tragically, Major Shield is really the best choice.
Yeah, no, it is.
By a
I'm
lot.
just trying to pretend. I mean, Bloodlust is right now. That's not an option. I think this is one of the weaker ones. 20 kills for 1 health is a lot.
It is, but they stack. So if you get one of these and you get another one that's 1 for 5 and then 1 for 10, then they all stack and you can regenerate health at a relatively quick rate that way.
Mm-hmm.
But Major Shield is just too good.
Yeah, especially when I'm probably going to be spending most of my health on cool stuff. At blood shops.
So it's all the advantage of stacking certain things. So an easy one to look at it is to consider the advantage in stacking 50% damage reduction atoms. So the first one, you only take half damage, sure, but the second one after you have it, you're now taking quarter damage. And the third one after that, you're taking, 8th damage? Or 16th damage? 8th damage. So they really start stacking up. I mean, it's true that you are giving up things for that, and you're not as powerful in other ways, but still, it starts accumulating.
Well, now I've got even more incentive to use my secondary weapon, since I get a bonus if I leave the floor with no money.
Yeah, so a cheat about that, per se, is to go to the shops and buy experience.
Yep. Hey, Mineral.
Yeah, the damage reduction modifiers that are percentage are multiplicatively combined. The kill enemies for health are additive in the same sense, but they are independent systems as well.
Managed to dodge in between all the bullets and then just walk into the stationary enemy afterwards.
That's how I like to play this game, by collecting bullets.
They are delicious.
I mean, how can they not be delicious? They're so colorful.
Let's see. Oh yeah, and that's something I might actually want to spend a key card on now if I get one. Consumable shops have been buffed significantly.
The consumable shots are now very, very good. Even Misery likes the consumable shops, which I know means it's probably too good and needs to be nerfed.
Let's see. Don't remember what these things are.
Health shards.
Oh, right, it's just, yes, the different looking, yep. We've got 20 health. Of course, I still actually need to use use my rockets for something else. I'm going to use them for something else.
That is true. We've actually not got as many missiles spawning on this run so far as I would expect.
Yeah, we're not even at cap, so.
But you have been getting just oodles of money.
Okay.
So one of the neat things that you guys may not know about the music is that it's actually just in a subdirectory is a bunch of OOGs, and if you want to add your own music, you can just drop in whatever you want into those folders, as well as that's Pablo's work there, so you can take those out and use them for whatever you want, preferably non-commercially, of course, for your own MP3 desires and whatnot. So if you want to play Starward with Miley Cyrus, you're more than welcome to.
That's pretty much everybody's dream right there.
I've heard that. I've heard that. Also, I'd like to apologize. I meant to get you a paid DLC where the mechs were wearing bikinis as evidence last week when you guys were talking about the desire. I did not get around to that.
That's too bad. But yeah, I mean, I like a lot of Paulo Vega's work. I really like the AI War soundtrack, but the Starward Rogue was a little bit more of a miss for me. It was like pleasant, but not something I was excited about. A little bit different style than been doing with the other games.
For my own collection, I went and grabbed all of his tracks from AI Wars and Valley Without Wind, and basically everything that I've got from him on all that, and just stuck it in there. So it's got more variation, and it's kind of strange to hear the different themes repeated from the other previous games as well, which is kind of cool. That and my Celine Dion collection.
Of course.
Of course.
Oh, there's the last guy.
He's hiding in there.
Just blind. Hey, Exodus. Oh, so, what don't you like about it? Are you just talking about, like, it's kind of hard to tell where you are, or was there something else that you didn't like about it? Blast out the Friday KG Evans. There you go. The world is your oyster.
The turrets are indestructible. However, they only shoot when you shoot, typically. And some of them, depending on the types, actually damage enemies and not you, and vice versa.
No. Oh, right, that's gonna hit the bullets too. Like, let's just finish a guy off for bonus one now. Always forget it hits bullets. Which is really helpful, but you have to actually remember it's an option to use it. Paragon. Oh yeah, that does a ton of damage. That's secondary. No. Let's. Okay, calm down there, buddy. It's a little scary.
I think Draco's calling you out. So amusingly, we have another Draco on the forums who's also does stuff with the volunteer crew, and I actually thought that Draco Omega was the same guy for a long period of time, and that caused confusion. That was kind of funny when I asked the other Draco about it.
Let's see. So now all these options are a little bit weaker. So yeah, we'll keep the Contreras shooter for now, so don't need the energy. So a relatively insignificant health upgrade or relatively insignificant missile upgrade? Health I can spend on cool things. So let's grab that, I guess.
Seems reasonable.
Well, I guess I can see how the room transition might be a little jarring. Oh, he keeps firing after he's dead.
I believe time pauses when you're on the level up screen, but I wouldn't swear to it. Now you have keys so you can visit that consumable shop.
I could reduce my movement speed by 10%.
Always an exciting option.
Let's see. Oh, and these should probably have consistent phrasing, because they do the same thing. Plus 10 energy for your energy weapons, or increase maximum energy by 40.
Yeah, we changed those and we mixed up what shops they were coming from, but that should be the same.
And those are just health ups. I could run over them, but I'm already at max health. They don't do anything for me right now. Or these guys here are locked chests. Yeah, I've got maybe enough keys I could open one or two of those right now.
So the heavy hull circuit is actually coming from the mysterious circuits. If you're familiar with the roguelikes, it's the idea of potions, or Isaac calls them something else.
Pills. Yeah.
Pills, yeah. But you start the game with X number of them identified. So strangely enough, it's actually in your favor if you get the bad ones identified first, because that means you don't use them. And then you only have the good ones, which are then mysterious. You got the lucky big shop.
Yeah, it's like, this is a huge shop. Like, this probably isn't normal, right? Yeah, I remember reading about that now. Well, if I wanted to get out of the credit game, go ham with another energy weapon with that.
It's a one-time off.
Yeah, but like it would that's a lot of energy. I've got $50 right now.
Yeah, it's not max energy, it's just current energy.
Oh. Right.
In retrospect, it's probably a little high.
Yeah, on the cost there. Because you have to carry the consumable to use it, and then also it has the added cost on top of that. Let's see. Thinking like 2 credits per 10. Just offhand.
Yeah, so 2 for 10 or 2 for 20 is probably a little bit better. So we did some modeling of levels and rooms, and I haven't redone the code recently, but the first time we did it, or the last time we did it really, we calculated that it takes about $6 on a room on average That's how much you get on it. So we've basically been trying to aim things for about that price to clear a room and do things within a room so that you break even.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that one's actually...
Select, I think. I was just trying to remember what my fire key for my consumables was.
It's F unless you changed it, yeah. So, Peppy Solo is the one who redid the incineration module and the frost one. And they're actually really pretty cool.
Those little flea guys always make such a bizarre little sound effect.
So one thing to, well, consider about the room teleportation to room transitions causing motion sickness is that you can actually change the scaling and zoom out effectively. And if you do that, then the camera is going to move less. So for my own personal playthroughs, I have it max zoomed out and not remotely as close as this. It also makes it easier to dodge shots and see shots. Although when the patterns get pretty tight, then it's a little bit rougher. And that's just available underneath the options settings under scaling. Little slidey bar.
Laser brands. I don't think I've seen. Oh god. What? Where's my save window? I'm not seeing it.
It would help you, but I'm probably 5 to 10 seconds beyond what you're saying. Oh, you're fine.
I'm fine, but I don't want to take a bunch of damage. Even if I can go heal it all up.
Total Annihilation soundtrack was so good.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's one of my sadnesses of my youth is that Total Annihilation did not beat out StarCraft when it came to legendary status.
I still need to play Total Annihilation on stream at some point.
Which one is Loot Master?
Yeah, Cathodic, like, especially compared to, like, freaking, like, Warcraft 2, which is the real-time strategy game I was playing before that, and, you move, like, if there's a line of trees, your units just all get stuck in that line of trees, and, TA, they would actually, you know, path around it, and that was awesome.
And more importantly, you could select more than 6 at a time.
Oh god, yeah. And you could... They had a lot of pretty advanced selection UI stuff in TA for the time, for sure.
Yeah. I'm still amazed that they didn't actually take into that and change how StarCraft plays, but I guess they were doing the Twitch-based mechanics and whatnot, and that's not conducive.
Mm-hmm. But, like you could assign a control group to your factory, and then everything that comes out of it's automatically in that group, and any number of little things like that are really handy.
So Cathonic's asking about Loot Master perk. Loot Master's actually pretty darn good. One of the ways that we do scaling is based on the floor level you're on, and that means we limit item spawn rates to particular floors. So what Loot Master does is it makes your floor equal to one floor higher, floor depending on how you want to look at it, but just better. So that means you're going to get drop pools from the next floor. So that means you're going to have a massive advantage when it comes to everything.
Yeah, that's another one that seemed not especially worth it on a 5 floor, but probably pretty good on a 7 floor.
So there is things that only spawn on floors 6 and 7, so depending on how good your setup for 5 floor runs, it may be that little extra boost you need to make the 5th floor relatively easier. The 6th and 7th floors are indeed much more difficult than floor 5, and they also unlock a lot of other different content. So yeah, if you want to play it, I would strongly suggest cheesing your way, or either turning on dev mode or just cheating to win a couple of times and then unlock the 7th floor runs. Misery tells me that the game is only played to 7 floors, and you're a peasant if you have all 7 unlocked.
What do you need to be on a hard to not be a peasant, or like do you have to be on misery to not be a peasant? Where's the cutoff
I think
on
the
that?
official rule is hard. You can use both hands. Controller keyboard is also fine. 7 floor runs. Yeah.
There you go. If you don't want to be a peasant like me, you heard it here first.
So one of the things that I think is really strange about today's gaming is how much people want to play the game as exactly as it came out and not modify it for your own tastes or your own preferences. So one of the things that I've noticed is that I allegedly get older is that I start getting slower. My reaction times get slower. And that's just normal human development. And so I don't need to move that fast. So if I need to slow things down, then that seems like something that seems reasonable. To me, it's relatively the same speed as it was when I was younger, but it's not any different now. And one of the awesome things about Starward is actually you can do it. You can slow down this game as much or as little as you want, and everything will scale with it. And I've never actually seen that. And the modding for it is trivial. It's just a couple of lines of code that's relatively straightforward.
Interesting. Yeah, like that's an interesting spot as far as I'm concerned. Like, I appreciate customizability, but I also like want a well-crafted, finely tuned experience out of the box as it was. I think that's to some extent the responsibility of the designers and developers to create that, but it certainly depends on the type of game to some extent as well.
No, that's fair. It also depends on what audience they're aiming for and what your own personal tastes are. So, for example, Isaac's a classic, but it's just too gruesome. And I just don't enjoy playing it because it's just disgusting.
Yeah, I'm not
it's a great game.
fan of the aesthetic.
Great game.
So we're given the choice right after talking about it, of course.
I would say that it's not a bad pick. You've already got effectively Compass Master with the
yeah. I'm not taking Compass Master. 4 health is it's basically like payment for half of a blood shop, which we still haven't found one yet. Anyway, I guess we should probably go back and pop those health shards until we get
because you're not popping the health shards. The rooms aren't showing up. So Loot Master is probably a pretty strong choice for this selection.
All right,
you might not notice its effectiveness, but you're gonna get items that are much better. So another strange bug is AoE damage, and I think we got around to fixing it. It might not be in the list, but we changed AoE damage to, in some circumstances, not wake enemies. It was not a desired change, but it was just a repercussion of how we dealt with how to not aggro the shopkeepers. And so there was a while where you couldn't actually hurt sleeping enemies with some weapons because they were all AoEs. And that was kind of funny. Your damage is really nice.
Oh, okay, but it fires very rapidly. I was like, it does a lot of damage, but that costs a lot of credits to use it.
Oh, it does. So I remember you talking on stream last time about every shot counts, and I think salvos upon salvos, and the math on those actually does work out, and it is telling you the truth. It just looks a little bit weird because of how fire rate is calculated. So in the code, fire rate is actually the amount of time it takes for the weapon to fire again.
Right.
So that's why we've got the numbers being the way they are, because it's going to be 1 over that factor as opposed to just directly multiplied.
The caltrops don't appear to be glowing on this screen, by the way.
Yeah, they turn off with energy and other mechanics. So that means if you're in a room that you clear, just like lasers and everything else, they turn off. However, they still unfortunately do damage. We need to do them slightly differently for them to show up and do that.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm still not sold on the effect. I put it together, and I could go either way on it, honestly. I'm not sure yet. Who is that?
Alright, let's just find it for a shot. What are you selling?
Yeah, so KGE Vans brings up how moddable things are in modding protection. I mean, I can understand how it is for a lot of devs, because I mean, if you mod the game, that means it's potentially money they're not going to make later on. But in recent trends, you're seeing a lot more moddability, and Starward is probably the most moddable game I've seen that has this level of playstyle and graphics. And that's not just because I'm involved in the project, because I've been looking at things, I've been modding for a while, but just how trivial and easy it is to do almost everything in the game is really nice. And that's really how I actually got involved in all of this, is I was just modding things because obviously Arkin was doing it wrong, and so I had to show them what the right way it was. And they eventually said, okay, here's the keys to the house, and went from there.
Oh, right, the cost goes up if I already buy something.
Yeah, it goes up for 2 for everyone you have, I think.
Everyone you have, or everyone you've bought in that current room?
I believe it's 2 for everyone that you've previously purchased. That's tempting, isn't it?
Not at 7. Dang it, also I forgot to use my nuke. I meant to use the... Oh, well. The biggest problem with the consumables is that easy to forget to use them.
So you're welcome on the chompers. That was one of my first editions, actually. And actually, the first chomper version I made was one of the easy ones that just trails after you relatively quickly and only has a single set of chompers. And then Chris saw the code and decided that that was not nearly vicious enough. And so he made the version that has the 4 extending chompers that teleport through walls and are pretty nasty. We've since then toned them down a lot. And so in this version, you're going to be able to see that they're not going to usually attack you through walls, and they require line of sight, and they're much more manageable.
Alright. Do we dump a bunch of credits to leave the floor with 0?
Like to have 3 more credits.
Well, I should be able to just fire the controller shooter to burn the last.
That's true. That is perfectly true. I would say get it on the energy. The energy upgrades.
If we want to shift our weapon. It is very high damage, but very expensive to run. Which is the idea.
Chthonic, you say that they are attacking through the wall still? Do you mean that they have line of sight and they attack you, or that they pass through walls with their attack pattern?
Alright, sleep well, Draco. It's just still not that much experience, though. effectively, well, let's see, we're burning 22 credits for about 500 experience, 2 keycards, and 2 missiles.
Yeah, they should only be attacking you through with line of sight. So they are still going to pass through walls with their shots, but it should be a little more fair. Although I don't think I've ever died to a chomper, so... Mind you, I've died to almost everything else. So an interesting thing about the cash shop is that the amount of experience you get goes up for each level that you go up, or each floor. So you're going to get more money or more experience for your money as if you wait a floor. In this situation, of course, you want to try to get the bonus for the probation item.
I think I'm gonna pass on that. I don't think it's worth spending the 22 credits on it. It's still just not that much experience. If I had fewer key cards, I would probably consider it, which I could have used on the lockbox at least, perhaps.
I mean, it's 22. Too late now.
Not the fireworks. Those are probably my least favorite attacks because it's just really hard to tell where the hitbox is.
On the nanite squids, I take it?
Blaze cannon shots.
Yeah, that's... So they're certainly deadly. You can also missile the headshot and it will destroy all of it. And then the tails are different. The amount and type of damage they do was a bit of an issue, just thinking about how they involve and interact with other systems. I've not gotten very many crystals on this run. It's very strange.
There must be another waiting. Yeah, right. Ludicrous speed. I read that as Luchadorus for some reason, Cathodic. I'm like, what does a Luchadorus item do? That sounds amazing.
There your favorites are.
I do have too much health, Craig. We're gonna find some more blood shops to spend it on. As soon as we get like the thing that is like another plus 50% damage or whatever, we'll pick it up. Everything will be good.
Actually, you're doing really well in this round.
Let's see. Is there anything I could do? I mean, I could burn a shield, that's fine.
So you blew up the thing that would allow you to get out of it for free. So
That's what I assumed. Yeah, let's see if there's any other adjustment. Could also be patient.
yeah, patience or just take the damage is your choices, I think.
But does the tiny transport hurt you?
If he runs into you, I believe he does damage. I don't.
I just assumed he did not damage you at all.
No, he still has a hitbox, and he's an enemy class. That means he will do damage by default to you with collision. Yeah, apparently Chthonic is telling us that we did not get around to fixing the AoE waking enemies, and that's with the 1.5 too, isn't it?
Good deal laughs. Welcome. Thanks for the continued support.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I need to make sure that we deal with that. Things have been kind of crazy and hectic with things.
It's just a weird description. It's easy to try out, but gain a nova of shots on your main gun.
Well, originally it was a 360-degree shot pattern, and I'm guessing it got changed. And is now just a simple arc.
It's 360 degrees. It's not like full, but so that was
6-degree arcs.
what's that again? Oh yeah, the energy drink. Is that the name of the achievement for that, Chthonic? That's awesome.
Just go ahead and shoot those mines. The chat delay gets me again. Yeah, one of the new mini-bosses is a green variant of the Reaper, and he's been made, I think, a little trickier, but maybe not.
Oh, that's now I'm sad, Chthonic. I just like that phrase. All we do in hell is DDI. It sounds appropriate. Oh, that costs a lot of money.
Big homing missile is pretty good.
Oh, I didn't actually mean to shoot that guy. What if I just leave? Yeah, he's still upset.
You're fine if you leave. It won't destroy the shot, but he won't like you.
Can I still buy stuff out of curiosity?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Just like idling, pushing buttons. Like, ah. Oh yeah, because I've got the Nova effect there. I think that's what probably hit him. Or maybe I shot directly at him. I might have. I wasn't
Yeah, I
even
think
thinking
you
about
shot
him.
directly at him.
Look, it was accidents happen. Okay, he should be more apologetic to me accidentally shooting him in the face. I was just idly wondering why the humble pea shooter had an X Factor listing, because it doesn't really do anything special, does it?
The base starting gun for the Humble map?
Yeah.
It just looks pretty cool. Is the short answer.
I don't think that counts as X Factor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what X Factor is. X Factor is fun.
But it's just a pea shooter, it doesn't do crazy stuff.
It has an AoE multi-shot. It's pretty good compared to your basic single shot. I don't know who Ludicrous Speed created that. My guess would be Dayton.
Alright, we can clear this room effectively. There's circuit explosion.
At least now you're seeing the missiles.
The credit-powered system. Are there other credit-powered systems?
Currently, no. It's just going to be the contributor secondary. This is also the only mech who sees those upgrades.
Yeah. Does it still give you that perk even if you've gotten rid of your Concrera shooter?
Yes, it does.
Then you're just like, oh.
Makes you feel better about your life choices. And then the next time you play, you can perhaps keep it for longer. Because if we had it not spawn, based on the presence or absence of that, you'd only ever find it if you did keep it for that level. And then again, it's also random show up, so it might not even show up.
Hmm. There you go, cathartic. Hellshot, no. Hellshots is always visible as one of the weaker ones. Like, it saves you some number of missiles that would be going towards health shard upgrades instead.
Depends on missile frequencies and what mechs you have.
Yeah, like
mechs
some
have
of them.
missiles.
Yeah. Alright, we'll keep our, we'll just keep dumping credits as an attack then.
So it's actually probably too powerful, but it's fun, so.
It's always tricky. Certainly want it to feel powerful. That's
Oh.
important.
It certainly is impressive when you watch its damage.
Okay, I might
You are
do
very
that.
fiery. Just shoot the glowy rocks.
I shot some glowy rocks. It's
No.
cool. We got XS missiles now.
The alien eggs destroy blockades, so you could have just shot them with your main gun and not used the missiles.
Oh right, yeah. Maybe I wanted to waste my missile. You're not the boss of me.
Am I quiet again? I'm sorry. I keep trying to move my mic out of the way when I'm coughing. I don't have the manly fortitude that Twinge does when it comes to long stream conversations on record.
I think it's got like a repulsor thing. Oh, no, he doesn't have it. It's the, right,
The
I
red
was
thing.
trying to remember what they did. I was like, those are things. They do something. What are they? Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah. We have a love-hate relationship with those guys because they're kind of awesome as an effect. I was actually playing around with the missile system, I guess last week, and so I had it fire multiple shots, but I also had the shots repel each other and also enemy shots. It did not turn out well.
I think you mean it turned out amazingly.
Well, there is that. And then I tried the reverse of that, which is I had them repel everything, including themselves, and my frame rate went from basically 100 to 0. I hate this room. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
I'm not actually sure what I was supposed to not fall for.
Oh,
Just,
the
like,
part
spin the
where you
missile.
started to walk into the laser earlier.
Oh. Okay, well, you could spin either what? Well, actually, I could have made it, right? I've got 2 shields. That would have saved me a missile, technically, right? If I
My
was
reactions
fast.
are not reliable enough to get away with that. But I hear that chat would like you to do that. So.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it, honestly. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna use missile. But, no, yeah. That would have been the optimal play. I made a mistake.
I believe that falls underneath the get good strategy.
It's not a favorite strategy of mine, though.
I've never been really good at that part.
I've done that, like, in FTL, and then, like, that was enough. I don't need to employ that strategy in other games.
I'm having some difficulty with this. The sidewinders. Don't be afraid to use the energy weapon. I mean, it does ludicrous amounts of damage now.
Oh, those bounce. I think I said that last time that happened to me. It would require me to spend money, though. Maybe I want to buy something else that'll increase my damage more. And all these shops in the map that I can see that I'm not going to. Although I might buy that solar flare thing.
The solar flare is one of the new weapons. It's okay. It's kind of neat to look at. I'm not a real big fan of it. It's a little slow for me. Also, I think it has a DOT and a little bit of an AoE on it. This is one of my first rooms that I designed. I thought it was always really cool. Not that I'm biased.
Can't even blow up the mines to access the health shard. 0 out of 10.
Yeah, one of the other neat things that Misery made was he made some more of these spawners. So they look like little, oh, what do they call them? Oh, in Total Annihilation, the little mech factory had artillery robots for the
Mori?
arm.
Oh, for arm.
Yeah, level 1 hammers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has little guys that look really like hammers. I thought that was really cool. I think it was accidental, but still it was neat.
Oh, those slow you down. They are webs, I suppose. Okay. Did they always slow you down, or not as much, or did I just never run into those before?
I believe you didn't run into those before. They did slow you down, but a lot of the time the hunters, especially after people were dying to them too early, were nerfed a lot. And so I think they might have been brought back a little bit in the recent waves. It's one of those difficulty issues we have where people play the game, and if they're not familiar with bullet hells or the dodging or things like that, they just find it immensely difficult. Whereas people that, once they get the hang of it, they can kite everything all day, and neither camp ever is happy, basically.
Right. Transports you to another dimension, which the only difference is the current shop selection. Does that retain the same type of shop?
Yeah, so it just basically refreshes the shop pillars.
Interesting.
But it also works on any shop.
Mm. So yeah, it's definitely a consideration. We'll see how much money I have. I'll probably use it on the weapon shop. Or I could just try to save my money for one of those fancy missiles, but
Those fancy missiles are pretty good.
it requires me to actually use something other than my main gun.
You'll be tempted.
I won't be tempted, I'll be forgetful.
Well,
like, oh,
yeah,
that would have been a good time to use my other weapons.
You just need to get used to pushing all of the buttons when something comes at you instead of just one of them.
Just mash all of them every time.
That's how skill is. You just mash all of the buttons. No, I think actually maybe that Loot Master moves the ship a few feet closer to the star. So they just turn on the engines for a couple of minutes. Yeah, the threatening shot or the threatening junk is made so that we definitely had passive aggressive shopkeepers.
Hey, Ziggy. Let's see. How much do I want to just farm money versus push on here? What type of shop is that on the right again? I always forget. Like,
If you
it
press
makes me think
escape
like a
and bring
potion.
up the menu, you can just mouse over it.
Ah. Oh, cheap item shop. Yes.
Probably a little underwhelming at this stage of the game.
Oh god. Yeah, only took shield damage.
So amusingly, the game does have a scum saving system built into it.
Oh yeah.
So if you go to the escape menu, there's that option to make a bug save. But what they really secretly don't tell you there is that you can load those bug saves whenever you want. And so it's basically just a save game system built into it.
But it's important that you frame it that way though, like, because then
Well,
it's a lot less likely people will use it.
Right. So we wouldn't ever want people to take advantage of the existing system mechanics of Scumscape, because that would be horrible. But if you're testing something hypothetically, then that's how you go about doing it. Yeah, one of the things that's really been kind of annoying is that Unity has issues with various things. So if you've been keeping track of the forums and whatnot, you'll notice that a lot of people on, for example, Macs are having issues with multi-monitor setups. And as best we can track it down is that Unity just has a hard time dealing with some sort of situations with Macs. And from our perspective, it's a little annoying because we just can't do much about it because it's the underlying engine. Which I guess is one of the advantages and disadvantages of dealing with something like Unity. I mean, it gives you amazing amounts of flexibility in not having to code your own engine to that great of a depth, but you also get stuck with waiting until they fix things like that. Another one is these, the R2065 problems that have been coming up recently that haven't been present. And that's kind of unfortunate, but if the game does crash, it's usually going to do an autosave at the beginning of the level. So even if it does crash, you can re-continue your run from the beginning of the floor, which is not the greatest solution in the world until that gets fixed, but at least it's something.
Yeah. That was always awful back in the... I think it hopefully has better options now when they finally updated it, but like ADOM, Ancient Domains of Mystery, was the first roguelike I ever played, and they had some just straight game-breaking crash bugs that you're done. Like, there's no recovery at all. All right, that's not acceptable in a roguelike. Basically, you need at least something. Recovering to the beginning of the floor is fine, as if it's not something that happens often.
Yeah, I never actually got crowned or made it to the end of that. I just usually got killed in the overworld. It was very sad.
ADOM was pretty rough, and that's definitely one that's extremely hard to beat if you don't like spoil yourself a lot in the game. And even if you do, it's not trivial at all.
No, it's kind of like my efforts at playing Dwarf Fortress. The wiki with one hand and the mouse with the other. Actually, full keyboard and yeah, mods. My Dwarf Fortress is sad because I have to resort to mod visual packs. I can't just take the ASCII tiles.
Well, it's not like, I mean, ADOM I played in ASCII. I played Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup in ASCII, but those both are a lot more readable in just ASCII than Dwarf Fortress is.
Yes, they are. So the incineration module actually does go through some walls, but not the real game walls. The real game walls, the ones that you see there in green on the screen right now, for example, block all shots and kill everything that goes through them, hypothetically.
I hate blaze cannons.
Use thy energy weapon.
Can't get close enough to a blaze cannon, and nothing else is... Well, I guess I could get to it faster.
Just gotta get that in one shot. Oh, I die to those crescent guys so often. This is where we need to advocate for the emergency backup save for testing.
I haven't gotten a room clear sound, but everything's calm. Okay, there we go. That's the third credit to energy converter I've seen now. I don't want to convert my money to credits.
Well, you just have so much of it, and you look so sad. I mean, that means you want to buy something, right?
I do want to buy something, but I don't want to buy energy. That's just like buying more sadness.
Well, it's for all of those mechs that don't have weapons that use money.
Yeah, these perks are a little disappointing. 5% damage multiplier is okay.
Well, so a base chance is 5%, but you can also modify your crit multiplier, which is base crit multiplier is 2. So if you get that enhanced, it is actually a little bit more. But again, it is also a small modifier. But it is also multiplicative. So it'll modify your damage times your base damage, all of that by 5%.
On the other hand, let's see, I've already got... So, does that do the same thing, Grin and Bear It and Lesser Deafness? Let's see. They're phrased... Oh, yeah, they're phrased a little differently, but they imply they do the same thing.
I believe they would do the same things. I would have to check the code.
So that would be additive, and that starts making that look a little more exciting. Like, let's see, well, that'd probably be like 6.5% effective now instead of just 5%. I suppose I could figure that out. I could tab out, do some math.
Fine is fine.
Oh yeah, it's like 6.7%. That slightly more than my offhand estimate.
Wait, which one? Are you talking about the combination of those two?
Yeah, like I'm getting 6.7% effective dodge chance because I've already got 25%.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I'd have to do the math by hand, and I'm trying to grab for things right now. It's almost like I can't multitask.
You don't need permission, Cathodic. Feel free to link away, sir.
So which walls isn't it not going through?
Let's not destroy the things that the oh, I'm destroying them anyway because I've got the little Nova effect. I tried not to destroy them this time. I realized it was a thing.
Oh, it does go through walls. Wait, didn't you say it didn't go through walls, and that's what made you sad?
I actually forgot I had Grin and Bear It, so I'm pretty sure there was one point where I was like, huh, I thought I got hit there. I guess not. No, totally still got hit there. A cache of mysterious circuits.
So, amusingly, you can bring those into the boss rooms with you.
So that's just a bunch of mysterious circuits that activate, like, all at once, or...
Yeah, so they don't activate all at once. What it is when you activate it, it'll spawn them around you, so you can pick and choose which ones you want to use.
I see.
One of the big cheesy things you could do is you could take it to a boss room, spawn them there, and then if you needed to heal, you might have gotten a heal one, or that 300,000% damage, or infinite missiles and 300,000% damage.
Right. Might be a little bit helpful, I guess.
Possibly. I mean, if you had the big awesome missiles, it would have been.
Look, I literally cannot have afforded them yet, okay?
That's because you use that energy weapon way too much.
Oh, clearly.
Clearly.
I haven't used it on this entire floor even once. Hey, Torque to Tank. Yeah, this game unfortunately is not super well known, but it is it's quite good.
Yeah, it's advertising, publishing, and games, especially indie games these days, has just changed dramatically. With the Steam sales, what I see most of the time is either games that have been out for ages that they're re-bringing back other versions of. So what's like Archmage or something, I've seen it come on sale a billion times by now, and it came out in early 2000, I think. And so you're just not seeing a lot of the new contemporary stuff. It's kind of strange. Or you're seeing the AAA titles going on sale again. So I think indie publishers are going to have to come up with better ways of getting marketing out there so people can see these titles that they might be interested in.
I'm actually like really curious. Like it'd be almost interesting to like research like what all marketing tact like Enter the Gungeon took, since that has been quite successful.
They did early access for I think a year and a half.
Oh, did they? I didn't actually realize that.
Yeah, they did early access, and they had streamers who were playing it and advocating it. And then, so Enter the Gungeon's a good game. It is very, very smooth and polished game. That's one thing that Starward Rogue is lacking when compared to it. I mean, you've got some very, very nice animations, and you've got events and such things. I think the engine for Starward is personally something that I like a little more, and I like robots more. But there's definitely a lot of smoothness that's been applied to Gungeon that is not currently present in Starward.
Yeah, it has. I guess I would say Gungeon probably has more. What's kind of the word I'm looking for? Like identity, almost more style or whatever. Like this. As far as, especially just like looking at some screenshots and stuff, this looks a little bit more generic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's certainly true. I mean, this looks like robots in space. And Gungeon is definitely a unique theme that's gotten a lot of consistencies and some unique art to go with that.
I haven't actually played Gungeon yet, and a lot of things I've heard make me think I would. Well, I mean, I'd still like it, but I would like it less than any of the other similar titles I played, except for maybe Nuclear Throne, which was just way too punishing for me. The biggest thing is that there was a lot of like just health tank bosses and enemies and stuff, and it just took forever to take stuff down in a lot of cases.
Yeah, Misery, who is our dev, who is the best at this game possibly ever, has a love-hate relationship with Gungeon. And he's posted a lot of things on the forums where he goes on rants about how much he hates it, followed by how much he loves it. I think currently he is in a position where he thinks they did some reasonable things with it, but there's things that just drive him batty. So I think it's a weak recommendation is right now his position on the game.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, it's probably like it's not like I don't know necessarily smart or meaningful. Yeah, it's not a meaningful statement, but like based on what I've seen, it seems like something I would rate about a 6.5. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at your game collection ratings, and there was a lot of central tendency there.
There is, but still, I would say relevantly less than average, which is going to like be like all 7s and 8s almost.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a friend once who I asked to rate my game collection, and he did, and then I came back, and it literally was basically all 7s. I should probably talk about chat because they're doing things. So, Chthonic, I acknowledge that you've shown me the incinerator going through walls. I guess I'm confused because your first statement was that you wanted it to go through walls, and it's not doing it, but it seems to show that it is.
Oh, Genshin didn't allow rebinding controls, Ziggy? That sucks. Yeah, that's always annoying. Like, that makes downwell is literally painful for me to play because I have to use left shift to play it with. That's not at all comfortable with any way my hand is positioned on the keyboard. Labyrinth.
Nicothonic's asking about the grenade launcher. The grenade launcher is classified as an explosive weapon, which is also what missiles are classified as, and that's how it would destroy shots and also blockables. And so it's a happy coincidence, I guess. Oh no, they really like the incinerating being able to go through walls. Oh, this boss sucks. Sucks by I mean he's really hard.
It's badly designed boss, take it out of the game, clearly is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying you should make a test save. You're so much better at this game than I am. Alright, so as I was saying, Chthonic, no, they love how the incinerator goes, or the incinerator module goes through walls, so no worries about how that works out. I just didn't think it went through all walls. I thought I was mistaken.
I'm wondering if I could have destroyed those things the whole time?
No, they're invulnerable for a while.
Okay, that's what I figured. Also, I was totally going to use the circuits and forgot about it, as I want to do. Hey, Haji!
I have a horrible time using R3 and L3, and doing so simultaneously to use bombs would drive me absolutely
Yeah, no. Like, I would just have to play on keyboard, probably, if you couldn't unbind that.
Hypothetically, you could probably do something where, like, what, motion and joy, where you could rebind
Joy to
things.
key, yes.
Yeah.
It's like, alright, this game has controller support, but we're playing with the keyboard bound to the controller instead. Because it doesn't actually let you rebind. Oh, God.
No, but you can rebind the controller to act like a keyboard, which then you use to configure the... Oh, there you go, yeah.
But yeah, oh, by the way, I think that was supposed to be removed, or like it was like the fact that those the push buttons, the L3, R3, I think slowed and sped you up. Was that removed from default settings?
I'm not sure.
So I forget who said it, but they're like, that's something that should definitely not be the case. Like, that's...
No, I could see how that certainly would probably be a problem. I'd have to check the settings. Let's see if this causes everything to crash.
This freaks me out a little bit when I'm like running over something and my incineration pops something. I'm like, oh god, did I just like run into a mine or something? That guy's still pissed at me. I wonder if he'll still be pissed at me if I reset his shop. Probably.
So the effect of Coupon Cutter and Humble Subscription are identical. They do stack. We wanted to have different options for that. And, well, so... Oh, that was funny. Sorry, I was just watching you teleport between the shop and being shot at because you're apparently antagonistic.
Was
So
it my
what was
fault?
it?
I just shot him in the face. He should be the one apologizing to me.
Well, maybe he was trying to give you a hug with bright red plasma shells. It happens. So one of the things that we wanted to do with the Humble Bundle is that we wanted to do things to make them, feel like we were doing enough for them. Because it's sort of a business deal when you get right down to it. But we also didn't want to act as if we were trying to sell out. Well, so there's this transition where we did things that were odd, I guess, perhaps, and trying to maintain that sort of balance. And so the coupon cutter and humble subscription are one of those odd things where we've had both of them in the game, and we felt like, yeah, okay, that kind of works.
Can't tell what these items are. It's a relentless something and a battled something. All right, let's refresh that first shield. Crossbow that fires 0G interceptor bolts.
Okay, so
Special
the
bolts.
crossbow is a level 2 weapon. It's okay, it blocks shots. I think that's a shotgun?
But I could also just kill a guy and rob it, I guess.
But then you would be mean, and then you wouldn't be able to get any credibilities. Oh wait, this is the super missile in the middle, isn't it?
Homing missiles can. So I could actually get a good missile and another decent weapon if I just kill him, and then I'd keep my money.
No, if you kill him, the shop is going to turn into incredibilities.
Oh. Right. I was
don't know
thinking
if
that
that's
you could...
unlocked because you're not on the big version yet. I'm not sure about that.
No, I've had incredibilities before.
Okay.
I just forgot that they replaced the stuff for sale. I was thinking that it like gave you the thing free. What was I thinking? And then you couldn't buy any more from that type of shop. The latter is true. It just replaces it with the incredibilities.
Yeah. So you won't be able to buy them if you accidentally kill him.
Also, I can't get that accidentally kill him yet.
Also, if you on purposely kill him, you also won't get them.
Dang it!
I know. Life is hard.
It's just a heavy-hitting machine gun. Inaccurate 6 bullets. Oh, I didn't actually realize that was an energy weapon.
Yeah, it's a variant shotgun.
Alright, so I have to decide if I want this... Oh, they stun enemies.
The counter shooter is still a much better energy weapon.
Yeah, I'm keeping that for now. Well, I mean, I kind of somewhat committed to it with the perk choice.
Can't you just press escape while that's up there?
I tried that, it didn't work. Just take a screenshot, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
It's
Write
not
the
the
script to
normal
paralyze
case.
the guy.
There you go. I'll get right on that. Alright, what were the actual, like, numbers? Looks like... Yeah, why don't we just save our money to either ruin things with my secondary or for a better shop later.
Either way is probably fine. Although, I think we're all getting a kick out of you walking around in circles.
I do what I must because I can.
For science.
Let's see,
And for the
yeah,
people who survive? No, the people who are still alive.
Yes. Hey, Volvolex. Let's drop some of these guys. plus 20 energy, za, and plus 10% movement speed, which is good-ish, probably. 10%'s about the amount like I want. Oh hey, ludicrous speed, go! So it lasts between rooms? Oh yeah, it does. Oh god. Alright, now to find wherever I left my, net,
I think it lasts maybe for 60 seconds.
No, not that long.
Okay.
I almost wish it did. It's kind of amazing and also horrifying.
You know, it's that sort of thing you want on boss encounters, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, nothing like fine, persistent movement without the ability to stop or turn around.
Imagine there's some bosses that I would be mildly happy to have it.
You know, now he's saying that it was only ridiculous speed. So to make ludicrous speed, we might have to have some plaid particles added.
Hmm. Nah, I don't care about farming. Even though that's technically correct. Let's just get out of here. We'll go with the Revenge of a Corrosive. Also means I don't have that little Nova effect, but that was actually like almost bad. That's always amused me a little bit, the accuracy bonus experience. Like, alright, I gained 17 bonus experience. I did it. Hey, Scritches. I'm probably gonna forget to use... Wow, that's actually a big bonus for no consumables. I mean, maybe I'm underestimating it, but consumables are nice, but I would think that bonus should be lower. Because that's just talking about the, like the nanite leeches, nukes, and stuff like that, right?
Well, it's also talking about the mysterious circuits. So
Sure,
honestly,
that's true.
it's underpowered, I think. Because consumables are now pretty good. The 3 key cards are probably worth more than everything else in that package.
Mm-hmm.
But it also depends on your circumstances. So if you're having problems with credit generations, 25 credits ain't bad.
Were mysterious circuits changed significantly too? Or
Yeah,
just other
so they're
consumables?
made that you can now buy them, so that means you have more access to them. And they're more prevalent, so you're going to see more of them. So you're going to be able to use them more often, and they're not going to be as forgotten as easily because you're going to see more of them, and that means you're going to be using them. So one of the problems I have
makes
in
sense.
the game is I just collect potions and never ever use them.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to get sort of a way to know that there's always going to be more of them out there, so you can use them, and it won't be the end of the world.
Right. Yeah, like that definitely did strike me when I was playing this before patch, that mysterious circuits were too rare to have their like unidentified attribute like be meaningful. It just felt like kind of a silly thing rather than an interesting part of the game.
Yeah, one of the problems we had with room designs is that no one wanted to put good chests in the rooms because that would be too nice. We all wanted to make all of these evil, horrible rooms that would kill players. And so one of the repercussions of that is that you never saw consumables because no one was a good person.
That is amusing. Hey, Jim. Yeah, that's true, Lennon. Like you do need to like feel the accelerate, like the speed and the movement. It can't just be like so ludicrous. It's just instantly flying to the other wall that it just feels like a weird teleport thing rather than ludicrous speed. Oh, none of these are weapon shops, but robot shop is kind of like a weapon shop. Hey, Topaz.
I think the item would probably set your max speed to equal to something like 1500, and then not allow you to change it until duration, but I'd have to check. This is official pseudo, almost not quite, the kinda unofficial dev commentary.
I think you still count as a dev even if you're not currently on the paid dev team.
Well, we're sorta, kinda, almost, but not quite paid.
Yeah. There you go. Like I said earlier, it's complicated.
It's complicated. How about we just go, I have the power to make your life miserable. Not really. I have the power of you installing mods voluntarily that will make your life miserable. There we go.
This pea shooter damage is not very good now.
You haven't actually picked up a lot of damage bonuses.
No, I've just gotten brute and then the what equalized fire, like the half fire rate, double damage plus 10%. So I've got plus 60% base basically.
Yeah. And it's going to be a level 1 weapon, so yeah, it should be starting to underperform soon. That's one of the trade-offs we made. We made it so that you could continue to stack damage bonuses, or you could instead trade those in for a higher level weapon, and you'd still get about the same level of effective DPS, but you'd have more choices of how you do it. So if you really liked your starting weapon or the weapon you got early on, you wouldn't have to get rid of it. You could just continue to get it more powerful, which is a nice trade-off, I think.
Sleep well, Lilith.
Oh, the lightsaber thing is your aiming reticle that is also reflected in your health. So one of the things we've noticed in that, it's really hard to keep track of how healthy your mech is. And so the aiming reticle helps you figure out where you're aiming, and then as you take more damage, it changes color. And so when it's red, you know things are not good.
Helpful for some people. It's the sort of thing that, like, might as well just be invisible for me. Like, I could never notice stuff like that in action.
Yeah, I have the same problem. Actually, I didn't notice it changed color until one of the other devs brought it up a while back. I just thought it was there to help me aim.
Yo.
And when I'm playing, I don't even notice it exists, honestly. Could be because I close my eyes and scream too much. It's hard to say.
But that's a pretty good strategy, though.
Close your eyes, scream, and push all of the buttons.
There you go. We're starting to get a like cohesive, combined strategy here.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, I forgot to go back and find the health shop last stream. I've got so much health, like I'm theoretically wanting to use my missiles for other things, so I'm like not just grabbing every health shard. Oh, also because I'm just getting less missiles. That's the other thing. I'm used to having so many, I just want to burn them all for those. But yeah, I don't know if you've played League of Legends, but yeah, I've mentioned before that like in League of Legends I'd played for at least 100 hours before I noticed there was a visual effect on the Banshee's Veil item, which is like a bubble around enemy heroes that indicate like they'll absorb one of your spells. Like, I was just, like, checking, okay, they've bought a Banshee's Veil. We have to know that that's a thing that can no, it's just look at them. They've got a bubble. No, it might as well be invisible. Could not even see it.
I understand your pain.
Oh, yeah. just hide that here for a minute? Okay. Sniped. Another mini boss. Still feels like the lightsaber should be able to cut things up, though.
Yeah, we've been trying to work into melee weapons, but they have just not been very successful.
Yeah. Condemned Hunter. Oh yeah, there's another condemned thing. I don't think I've seen this one. Oh, we can't shoot, so...
Dodge.
Yes.
I'm sure it's going very successful right now.
You would actually be correct.
Good, good.
This actually seems really easy.
This one is not as hard as some of the others. Actually, I do like the caltrop effect in this room.
It's too busy dodging to develop an opinion on that.
We're like 7 seconds in the future right now.
See aforementioned. Well, it's already over. I already won without taking damage. It's good.
Nice. The energy shield. The most betrayal-filled item in the entire game. So what it does is it allows you to trade damage you take in shots from energy and not your health. But here's the kicker. It doesn't give you invulnerability frames.
That should probably be, like, it removes your existing invulnerability frames.
No. It doesn't remove your existing vulnerability. So what's going to happen is that it will absorb, if you're in a damage source, it will absorb all of your energy.
It just okay.
Until you take the first hit of damage, then your iframes kick in.
Gotcha. Okay.
But if you think, wow, I've got thousands of energy, I can soak anything, and you only have one health.
Drain super fast, yeah.
Yeah. And so if you're not aware of that, it's a little surprising and rage-inducing, I've heard. So we tried to make it more explicit about how that works out.
Is there any way to actually see how much energy I have on this ship?
I don't know.
Does it start with any?
Yeah, I think it starts with 100 energy.
Gain like
swap
10.
out your energy weapon. I don't think you got any else, so you probably have about 100 energy.
Yeah, I think I got 10. So I guess that should be on the list somewhere. I did.
I've never been a big fan of the energy shield myself, just because I can't rely on it to soak damage reliably, and I don't want to get used to being able to take damage.
I mean, I think the fact that I'm not using energy for other things makes it relatively exciting, so we're gonna try it.
Okay. Not unreasonable. So the art for this game was all, I think, made by Blue and, oh, I forget the other artist's name. I'm not aware of any other inspirations, but you can browse through the image files. I mean, they're all right there in standard, I think, PNG formats. and just see all the collections. And then they also have another massive catalog of art that isn't being used for anything. So if you wanted, for example, design your own ships and you didn't want to have to come up with art for it, there are a bunch of ships out there that you can just steal and put your own spin on. And then, of course, there's enough of them, and they're all of similar image types that you can actually just Frankenstein things together if you didn't find something that made your fancy. So the new train boss that I put together, I actually jury-rigged things together, and unless you know what the original art set were, or if you had talent in art, you probably can't tell, and you just know that it shoots lots of things at you and looks pretty cool.
So I feel like like a minute ago, I just took a damage on these caltrops, like just to see if the energy shield worked on them, and then I regenerated a shield. I don't know why that would have happened, or if I am just crazy and that didn't happen, but that's what I thought I saw happen.
I wasn't watching. I could not confirm or deny your hypothesis.
But it does appear the energy shield does not work in the caltrops, in any case.
I think it has to go through your shields work first, and then the energy shield would kick in. I think that's the order of operations there.
Let me note the time stamp on that, so I can check it later.
Yeah, the GOG thing is a little weird. They initially showed the GOG guys a beta build of it, and they were not interested in it at that point in time, and they wanted to come up with a new version that had a good enough reason for them to reconsider their decision before they resubmitted again, and that just hasn't happened yet. However, you can pick it up on Humble, you can pick it up on Steam, you can pick it up directly from the Arkan site, and it is DRM free, completely DRM free. So you don't need Steam to have it work. It will need Steam to do achievements and all of that, but that's relatively obvious, I believe. But it doesn't actually need anything to have the game and work fine and get patches and all of that. It's all completely independent of Steam. And yeah, Phasing Grace, I love it. I also named it because I'm hilarious like that. And Lorenz Factor combined seems hilarious. They basically make you invincible and slows down time for the first 10 seconds. So you just get to have a turkey shoot for quite some time. It's great.
You start with 0% crit chance, right?
You start with 0% crit chance, and your default critical hit multiplier is 2.
Both of those are pretty good. Either upgrade to a cluster launcher or just take, that's kind of the decision you were talking about earlier, or just take 25% more damage. Let's see what's in the shop first.
Well, the salvos upon salvos, I think, is Cathonic picked up Lilliputian. Yeah, Lilliputian is hilarious.
Oh yeah, salvos, that would be more DPS because that's going to be effectively...
It's great DPS. It would probably be less, but you wouldn't give up anything for it. I don't remember if you've gotten crit rate. I don't think you have, but you'd still have the opportunity to get it. Whereas if you got the no crit rate one, it's never happened.
Well, also the firing rate should be 20% more damage, whereas the other that adds 25% to base, that should be...
No, the fire rate's not increasing. The fire rate's going to keep your DPS consistent, and it's going to add 10% on top of that. It's just going to make it fire faster or slower, whichever one it was.
Yeah, but I assume the fire rate is effectively multiplicative with your damage, right?
It is, but I also have a so. So what happens is that we increase your fire rate by 25%, but we drop your damage by a same 25%, and then we add 10% base damage on top of that. So there's no change in DPS from the fire rate modifier, but there is then 10% base damage stacked onto that after all that happens.
I think you're talking about the other item that I already got, rather than this one that just like increases fire rate by 20%.
Oh, then that's obscenely good.
Like that should give me well, it's not like a huge difference, but like this is a 20% DPS increase, and this should only be a 16% DPS increase.
Right.
Because I've already got 60%
desynced
base.
in time here. So the 20% salvos upon salvos is going to give you a 20% flat modifier in DPS. This one is going to give you 5% more. Relatively more, it's going to be less than that, obviously, but it also loses out on your opportunity to crit after this.
Yeah. I'm not
the other
too
catch about
concerned
salvos upon salvos is that it's also going to make the game harder.
Yes. That would be my assumption, crazy. Yeah, it just makes the crit items and perks do nothing, so you don't get those.
Yeah, so it will override all of your previous critical hit modifiers. So if you do spend all of your points on critical hit modifiers and then you pick that up, you've made poor life decisions.
Narcotics drone.
Narcotics drone is pretty good.
Tag team drone. Hey, Pooh.
Do we need to do the little skit where we talk about what exactly my commentary is, or do you think it's probably good at this point?
I think we got it covered.
Okay. I still don't like the tag team drone.
Yeah, I'm trying to like. It's really hard to judge just based on the description. Like, how far away from you is it?
It's like 3 or 4 tiles.
Tiles being like, like the size of a teleporter or something.
Yeah. 64 pixels, I believe.
That is not very far, so I assume it does pretty good damage, but it's kind of hard to use.
I'm not a big fan. I prefer other familiars. But I'm also bad at this game, so...
Hey, Happy Culture.
But to get my life hacks, you have to subscribe to my newsletter.
Alright, time to link up your newsletter.
That means I need to write a newsletter. I need to get that outsourced. Narcotics drone is good. What's the other one?
It's just a standard mini-bot. Autocannon, which is good.
He's okay for damage. It's also, I think, dirt cheap.
Let's see. So you said the damage upgrades affect your bots. Do the
Yes.
Fire rates do as well?
Yes, they do.
Oh, interesting.
But I know the secret hack codes. I know how to do, what is it? Up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start?
Let's see, is it EA? Is it AB? I'm thinking BA, but I could be wrong. And I mentally think of it as select start, because then you're in 2-player, but... Oh, reasonable choices. Oh, that's not quite how I thought that was gonna shoot. That's interesting, though. Oh, right, there's a... I was like, why are they shooting like that? Yeah, no, there's a gravity well there. It's fine. How could the power of friendship be the wrong choice? I don't know, we could try it, Happy Culture.
I mean, I hear heart is the strongest power.
Heart is amazing. Just because the kid with heart doesn't know how to use it doesn't mean it's a bad power, man.
Well, that's because you need innocence to be able to use it effectively. You're saying if I beat up the kid and steal his ring, I can't use his power effectively? I'm not sure. It's a testable hypothesis.
All right. So someone find me the location of no, I have no idea what his name is. Let's see. I can remember some of the other ones, like the fire. That's like Wheeler or something.
Yeah.
I think
No, wait, no.
Kwame
Wheeler
is
was
Earth.
the Earth guy, wasn't it? Oh no,
I
you're
thought that
right.
was like Kwame or something like that.
Now you're just being possibly racist.
I think that was actually his name.
It might be.
Mati, was that it? That sounds about right. I have not seen such an episode, Topaz, but that sounds... I mean, that sounds like the power has that. Like, yeah, life or heart is you can just mind control, like, everything, basically. It's ridiculous. Ridiculously strong power.
Yes, you are actually all correct. Except Mati is MA apparently -TI.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And everyone stops their streaming to go Google.
Yup. It's okay, there's nothing riveting going on. I'm deciding if I want to try Tag Team Drone anyway, even though it sounds kind of bad.
I mean, you could make a dev save right now, buy it, and if you don't like it, just reload.
That is true. I think that is the case, Pooh. There's actually a lot of fairly well-known voices in Captain Planet. Like Whoopi Goldberg was Gaia or whatever.
Really? That's hilarious.
Yup. A lot of the Star Trek people were voices on gargoyles at like the same time too. Like LeVar Burton was on Star Trek, I think on... Oh, and he was on Gargoyles and Reading Rainbow like all at the same time, I think. Let's try it. He's got a little more range. It's like, do I want a mini-bot ally, or do I just want to like unload with my my money cannon here?
I'd get the mini-bot.
But it's worse because I decided to upgrade my weapon instead of upgrade my DPS.
Well, but you're upgrading your team.
I am upgrading my team.
And we've already decided that heart is the most powerful power.
Well, we got the tag team drone. That's the most heart option we can get. Let's see what our perk is instead of just sit on that. Yep. I think that's just a berserker. Although you could bank this, right? Like I could escape and I already know what the perk options are, and
I don't believe they change.
it's interesting. So you could that makes Impatience actually a lot better. The fact you can bank it, because then you can be like, oh, well, in that case, I will do this and then go to the next floor or whatever. But no, let's just grab Berserker. Need more fire rate.
Fire rate is good.
Oh right, it's not actually gonna. The Autobot doesn't actually fire unless there's anything there. The tag team does, though. It's just always shooting.
Yes.
That's only a good thing, but I figured I had to verify this was the case. Oh, there's probably a warp over here. Isn't there? Go all the way down for that's what, like a just a major item storage. Yeah, I suppose so. Something big and hopefully useful. It guarantees it's something I absolutely want.
Get these credits.
Oh yeah, this weapon is very, very different. Kind of trying to test the damage on this thing yet.
Damage is good.
On the tag team bot, I mean. Oh, it doesn't show the life total of the enemy at the top of the screen just from the tag team hitting it, though.
No.
Only shows it if I actually hit it. How much health, like... I feel like the tag team doesn't do enough damage for how long that guy lived, man. That guy lived for a long time.
Those guys have an enormous amount of health.
Maybe I just picked the wrong person to test it on.
You also don't have a lot of modifiers on your damage.
You got 60%. It's not like a huge amount, but it's something.
They were pretty good at getting rid of the shields on that Aegis, though.
That's a lot of missiles. Wait, what's it? Oh, that's... Sitting here like, there's something shooting at me!
You should shoot back. That's the only way.
I tried, it didn't do anything. All hope is lost. Oh, here we go. You can kill stuff without activating the turrets at all if you just use your tag team bot.
That's true. So this time delay just cracks me up because you said you were going to get things, and then 7 to 10 seconds later, I see you shooting at things.
It's very slow. Feels technically correct, but it's okay. That's actually a lot of turrets. Maybe I do actually want to keep doing this.
No, because you can just launch a shot and then run away.
It's got a little less style, I think.
You have to remember that I'm scrub level competence, so...
You always gotta have style, no matter what the level of competence. It's important. Did I make a command for that? Oh, I don't have a style command? I need a style command.
Chthonic 1 talking about Lilliputian rams. Yeah, that would be terrifying.
Hey,
yeah,
Down Bomb. Go ahead.
I was going to say Pablo Vega does all of our games, and it's really nice. They spend a lot of effort on his stuff. It's kind of weird though that some people really didn't like the music for this one.
Yeah, I was pretty neutral on it. I would say I definitely liked it less than Valley Without Wind and AI War.
One-shotting so many things with that.
Oh, I actually took damage. Travesty. And tips for invisible ink, Donbomb. Don't give in to the game's lies. Mostly just like carefully consider your options. Like there's a lot of stuff you can do that makes it relatively safe and easy to handle most of the threats the game can toss at you. All games lie, Donbomb. Haven't you been on this? Like, I think that is actually our next emote. We might sub out one of our current ones for a lies emote. That just seems important. But like, so many games lie. Mostly, it's not intentional.
No, it's mostly intentional.
Alright, so it's mostly intentional, and people who make games are assholes, and it's. But no, there's a lot of like poorly explained stuff, Donbomb, that it's like there's multiple ways that you could interpret how something works. I can't think of like a specific example offhand, but like the description of like an item will often be kind of vague, and it's like, okay, well that could kind of work this way or this way, and you don't really know which it is until you try it or look it up. We kind of have a whole rant detailing, like, it's like understandable to some extent, like it's really easy when you're making a game to like you already know the game so well that like by the time you're actually writing up the details of what stuff does, it's like, oh yeah, that explains what it does, that's clear. But it's really not to someone who hasn't played before. But yeah, let's see. General invisible ink tips. Get the guards to come to you most of the time. Use pinning to keep them stunned for a while. You can generally take things fairly slow and be good to go. Like, the security level does advance slowly, but mostly that's not a big deal unless you're going super slow. So, like, I'd say kind of take your time and go from there. That's probably the biggest advice, I would say. Nothing has changed about Box Mountain, Crazy. It should be exactly the same, like, unless the camera has moved slightly or something. I've not used any boxes or added any boxes lately. The boxes, they're the same. It's the same boxes. But, Cathodic. I did not buy the skeleton key myself. It seemed... I think keycards are a little, like, too common for me to be excited about that most of the time, but I also don't know how likely like some of the locked treasure chests are to give you better stuff now. But Cathodic, when you say Sunder, like I know you're talking about the boss in game. I thought for a second though you were talking about a YouTuber personality that does like game design and like level design videos and stuff. Like, what do you hate Sunder? Sunder's pretty cool. Alright, we have been streaming about 2.5 hours, so I will be going ahead and taking a quick break here, refilling my beverage and all that good jazz, but hope you guys have been enjoying Starward Rogue and the lovely commentary generously provided here. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back. That's interesting on sale, so that means there's 30 to 35,000 people subscribed to the Humble Monthly, I guess. Well, probably a little more because not everyone redeemed the keys, probably. I hate every time someone mentions Java, I'm just like, oh god, Java. I hate Java so much. I forget, was this the worst mini boss for me by far? Why don't we just, like, yeah, go ahead and kill one of these guys. Let's just ease that up a little bit, I think. Won't worry about min-maxing arm race. That's fine. We'll just grab it for the 2 missiles and get out of here. Well, that was the room I was in rather than the room I was jumping to. Hey, random guy. I haven't played much of this game. We're on normal. Probably worth jumping up to hard next time we play, though. Can't even hit the thing. There we go. Okay, I did take damage. Just like I said, I'm pretty sure I just ran straight through a shot of some variety there. Oh, he got himself stuck down here. Just in case, Thuvian, if you were meaning to say something, you are muted.
You know, this would explain why all of my...
Okay, you got cut off there. You said
effect.
this would explain why, and then it cut off.
Am I back again now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. No, I was wondering why my witty comments were not producing the desired
Hysterical
effect.
laughter.
Yeah, it was very sad. I mean, you've been a very attentive audience. I complimented your skill level. I mean, you missed out. I was fully feeling the power of your heart powers.
Oh, man.
I know. It's very tragic.
Well, I guess, fine, we'll grab another key. It's not like we're lacking missiles here.
Did I miss anyone's comments in chat while I was monologuing apparently to myself?
Chthonic was saying that Deadeye didn't feel like it was really doing anything.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I mean, if he's jerking, then it should be working. I mean, the duration is doing stuff. I'm looking at the code right now, and it seems like it's functional. My only question is that the copy modifier's world effect isn't doing what it says it's doing. I'd have to look into it. Yeah, I've got it on my list of things I need to worry about.
And it's possible it does something, it's just like a small enough effect, it doesn't like feel very interesting or like it does much.
Yeah, so, yeah. Even cut that conversation short. The time dilation is actually kind of tricky because it is tricky to notice and perceive. Just because it just doesn't seem like it's doing anything. But if you play this game on hard versus normal, you might not notice it at first, but when you go back to normal again, you'll notice that the game is sped up. One of the modifications we do for the difficulty levels is we actually change how fast the game is running, which is kind of cool.
Alright, these clusters actually destroy projectiles, and I keep forgetting that. Oh, what just did that much damage? What the crap? This thing just did 10 damage to me.
That might be friendly fire from the cluster bombs.
They do friendly damage?
I didn't think they did.
They even specifically do not count as explosive damage. Yeah, no, they do friendly fire. Maybe I should have just tested that there, but
That's what test saves are for.
you can't do that in the middle of combat, though.
I don't know if Acrosis was fixed so that you can stand still. Amusingly enough, he uses a pattern so that if you move, you're more likely to be hit by him. But he still does have more shots that will seek out and aim at you. And this, of course, on hard mode, it becomes a lot more difficult. The energy shield works just fine with the Humble Battery. The catch is that it's just draining energy, and once your energy is out, regardless of how that happened, be it that turret is destroying you.
And the turret didn't do a lot of damage. The turret did about 3 or 4 damage. The cluster bombs did 14 damage.
Plus shields. Yeah, so they work fine. The leaky battery. Oh, the humble battery. Oh, so it's apparently secret knowledge. In order to have the credit ammunition and the energy ammunition on the same screen, we'd have to do GUI modding. And given the infrequency of the energy shield, we just didn't go that route.
Oh, this is a new room. Wasn't paying attention where I was going.
So one of the hilarious secrets about most of the mini-bosses is that once you know their pattern, they're horribly trivial. Careful about friendly fire. Cronus is just an example of that. I mean, I've heard that one incredibly skilled and handsome man who is very vigorous and talented was unable to defeat them after several attempts in his first attempts at this game. Am I muted again?
No. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Sorry. So when I was talking about it earlier, about the humble battery, I was actually thinking about the leaky battery. For the humble battery, it's just a visual display that's happening on the screen right now, and that is because he's wielding the contribute shooter. And once he swaps off that, it should swap back to the energy display. So it's secretly keeping track of energy. You're just not able to see it. And the reason is that it's very rare that this happens, and we'd have to make some extra changes to the GUI that we just don't have built into the engine.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any other items other than the energy shield that would affect, right?
No, I'm pretty sure there isn't.
Alright, there's that health bag. So I wouldn't expect those to do especially it specifically says these do not count as explosive damage, which just meant to say they won't blow stuff up like missiles do, but nowhere in that item description does it say they do like self-damage.
Yeah, we've been meaning to take that out. I thought we got them all, but apparently we did not. It's just because the weapon is so exceedingly powerful. It has an extra 50% damage on DPS compared to any other weapons of its rank. And so to try to reduce its awesomeness, we tried to add in a little more penalties to make it a little more balanced. And the problem is that there's just not a lot of friendly fire damage, and so it catches people off guard a lot. And so, yeah.
Well, the other problem is that it doesn't tell you.
That's true.
It's gonna catch you off guard a lot more if it doesn't tell you.
That's true. So one of the things that's actually caught me by surprise, simply because I don't do this type of coding, is the problems with text displays sizes. Because you have to worry about people playing at very, very different resolutions, and then the visibility of fonts at those resolutions, and then just the number of characters you can put in the boxes. And so we've been trying to use our words sparingly and accurately And sometimes we succeed and sometimes we don't. So Chthonic, I'll put that on the list of things that would be nice to have. It's complicated is the short answer. It would have to be a system with a stacked image, and currently there isn't a good way to do it. So one of the things I was doing with one of my earlier mods with my hamburgers and whatnot was that I wanted to have a dial or a gauge that circled around your player that gave you the your health progress. So for example, if you play League or other things like that, you've got that circle around your character that is filled more or less depending on the damage you've taken. And it just doesn't work very well because that's all actually rendered in-game and not via images. And so to do any sort of in-game rendering of things that we actually draw with vectors and ray traces and all that stuff, we'd have to actually edit, make special cases for it. And that it's complicated and it takes time, and when we're doing this because we're doing this in free time and whatnot, there's just a lot of choices where we have to determine how we're going to use our time on things, and changing projects and changing what we're doing takes a while. So I'll put it on the list, but I honestly can't give you any sort of idea if it will ever or how quickly it will be added. Or I can go with plan B, which is, that's a great idea, we'll definitely do that. Right away.
This guy's supposed to just not. There he goes. He finally woke up.
Yeah, that's the problem with the AoE weapons not waking enemies. He should wake on proximity as well. So even if you don't have a non-AoE weapon, if you get within probably 150 pixels, which is about a tile and a half, you should wake up. 3 tiles.
Gotcha.
No, I have no idea how you managed to stream this entire time, 3 days a week. There is some massive fortitude.
Yeah, and a lot of people do it even more often than that. I think my biggest problem with the tag team bot is that it keeps like looking like an enemy to me, distracting me from these real threats.
He's been made a lot better since his previous incarnations, but he still distracts me enough that I don't use him. Mind you, if I played enough with him, I'd probably get used to it. But I usually find better uses for my credits. Not that I'm biased.
Hey, Gandhi.
Yeah, the purple guy is Twinge's best heart friend. They've bonded and created quite a close working relationship over the years.
That's my tag team drone, yeah. Yeah, you would expect something shooting at me to be not friendly. That is a perfectly reasonable assumption, Zapper.
To be fair, though, you were warned. There was no lies.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd try it out. Like, I feel like
I understand.
The like that was specifically not me being like, this seems like the best choice despite what he's saying. This is like, that seems kind of bad, but let's check it out and see like if it's something we would like sometimes or almost never, or if we think it's a little underpowered or etc.
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I think maybe it might have better luck if it rotated around you and passed through walls.
Yes. That,
instead of just following you and shooting you, because then, but it also might be able to be more cheesed by things, because then you can use it to abuse. So
You could
Yeah.
really cheese it pretty hard that way, and it would also be somewhat frustrating to have less control over where it's aiming, but where it's aiming now is kind of dumb, so it's in a weird spot.
Yeah.
Magic missile box. Well, a Phasing Grace seems really good.
It's someone else. Chris is in vacation right now, and Keith is busy moving.
Greetings, Fuxi. So does this normally cost 3 then? Since you said everything was +2, or is...
It's +2 for each one you've purchased previously.
So Phasing Grace is 3
Normally
base,
3.
huh?
Yeah.
Seems pretty strong for 3.
It's pretty good. The kicker is that it doesn't help you that much against bosses. And most of the time, the game it's not won or lost on individual rooms. It's the bosses
that's fair.
that get you.
That is fair.
I still think it's hilarious and a great item, but
Greetings, Anvar. Oh, what I was going to ask before buying it was it is actual invulnerability, right? It's not shields take damage, then invulnerable.
it is complete invulnerability.
Okay.
You might still have I'm pretty sure you still have a hitbox, but you will not take damage.
These are my level 9 perks? I am disappointed.
Actually, amusingly, I made Phasing Grace, so I have to try to downplay it.
I guess I grabbed 2 health.
You did not roll a good level.
It's like, don't even want the perks at all. It's like, this is what you're offering. I want nothing. Garbage. Give me like 2,000 experience towards the next level instead of these garbage perks.
Those are not the greatest perks. On the flip side, I hear that you have Findlay Fire, so a little more health ain't the worst. Yeah, so there is a range of level ups you have available for each level, and the ones you get are random based on that. It's not a lot of them, but it's enough that there is variation. So there are good ones that you can get, and sometimes you get less good ones, like right now.
Let's see. Heavyweight is also generally pretty terrible, but that also has more benefit if I have some friendly fire.
And the Keymaster means you can open everything.
Yeah, I can already basically open everything I care about.
Well, you can have more things that you care about, or yeah.
The main reason I want to grab Keymaster is just because of a voice clip from an old game called Strife that was made in the Doom engine, where someone is just like, okay, but remember, I'm the Keymaster. So that is a reason to take Keymaster.
That is a reason. And it's powered by heart, so that might be a strong one.
I don't believe you. Like, can I see the code on that? I don't think Keymaster is powered by heart. No, Happy Culture. I'm not the gatekeeper, I'm the Keymaster. We've just been over this.
No, you're not the Keymaster yet.
Oh, snap.
Right now, you could be the small hull reinforcements master.
Well, I've already passed up at least one small hole reinforcements, I think, so I can't really be a master at that point.
Okay. Small hull reinforcement casual peruser.
Yeah, that seems about right.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's like you still have the choice. Like, which of these bad options is less bad? Like,
Well, they're not bad. They're just not very good. I mean, it's not take
They're
5
bad.
damage, take 10 damage, and take 15 damage. Those are bad choices.
but it would be an easy choice then, right? which would be bad, to be clear. But
Well, I don't know. According to chat, if you were given those 3 choices, they would encourage you to take the take 20 damage choice.
Hmm. Hmm.
I think they have it in for you.
Sometimes. You might be surprised at times, though. Like, sometimes I'm surprised how much they don't have it in for me, and then other times they do excessively. It's we got a nice little bit of variation with our regulars, I think. They did make the choice that killed me in my first Long Live the Queen playthrough.
Ooh,
when I left it up to vote. No, I made it past the chocolates. It was a duel in the tournament with Kivan. I had the option of just burning with magic, but I had a pretty good amount of sword skill. Like, I was like, okay, the choice I would just pick if I'm just trying my best to win would be burn him up with magic. But I let chat pick, and I lost the duel.
Yeah.
Sad.
I've heard the moral of the story is if you have the option to burn someone to ascender with magic, you should do that.
Well, only if you're good at magic, though. If you're kind of good at magic and you have the option to do that, then they might be better at magic, and then you also die.
I have to say that any fire spell that involves collateral death on your part sounds like a bad idea.
I guess I'm actually gonna take heavyweight and be very sad about it. This will probably be the only time I ever take that perk.
Well, that's a good reason. And this might be your first, is this your first complete run now?
We've won once.
Because my original plan was to stay here until you finished your first run.
You might have underestimated how slowly I play things without talking with
I might
chat and
have
stuff.
underestimated how passionate and skilled you were.
Oh, there you go.
And how much effort and focus you put into your training.
Always a positive way to frame things. Let's see. We want to hit the cheap shop. Wait, did I actually visit the defensive shop? Doesn't look visited, no. We like went up there and then like, oh, that's right. I think that's when we like we took 1 million self damage, and we're like, oh, we gotta go elsewhere right now. Also, I didn't even look at this. Grab the key here. I should probably grab the key. Or wait, no, they're the destructible blocks, which are kind of awkward in my current. Or actually, does heavyweight smash through those things too?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
it does. Okay.
It does?
Yep. Think again.
Again, chat delay gets to me every time. I guess video delay.
Actually left behind a lot of stuff. Oh, the Hornet Mines. Those are really good, too.
Torment mines are nice. And no more friendly fire.
Fortunately, they did not have friendly fire by the time I was playing this the first time. Although, I think they still said they did. Even though they didn't, or something like that.
Hypothetically possible.
Alright, we'll stick with our money gun.
Is just a really good weapon. It has enormous DPS. Just enormous.
Like, at this point, we can just like save all our money and be like, "Oh hey, final boss, what's up?"
Yes, you can. And I think he even doesn't have invulnerability phases, so it'll work. But I might be wrong about that.
Alright. You sure? Alright, we'll grab 4 health, I suppose. That 2 health feels pretty pricey for 2 health. almost there anyway. Might as well check the cheat shop. 10 credits in that chest. I'm so, like, paranoid about firing this thing now that it's friendly fire. I mean, it always was, I just didn't realize it until I almost killed myself.
You've got a reasonable buffer. You've got 2 shields and, what, 20% chance to dodge?
30%, yeah.
30? So, you'd have to be very unfortunate to kill yourself accidentally.
Oh yeah, this tactical EMP, I don't know if I've mentioned that in any of my like bug comments or whatever. That like doesn't work on bosses or something, and it should say that if that is the case.
I don't know. I remember you saying it and watching it and looking at the code for it, and it having an effect that did do things, but I think what it does is it increases the reload rate, but that only takes effect after they fire the first time at you. That would be my guess, but I'd have to go back and double check on that. The EMPs probably do need a little tweaking because they're just an awkward place. Because you'd think you'd want to use them against bosses, but they don't do that much. So.
Let's see, so tiny damage boost. That one still says primary weapon, but that affects everything affects all weapons?
No, not everything affects all weapons, but in this case that is a global damage modifier and it's also multiplicative. That's probably the best item in the entire game, if you had a lot of them.
That's for cost, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, it's dirt cheap and it's a multiplier that stacks multiplicatively.
Oh, the oh, okay.
It's not base damage, it's a multiplier.
Well, I know it's a multiplier, but is it, like, if you get multiples, are they multiplied on top of themselves?
Yes, all multipliers are multiplied by themselves, or by the other multipliers. So 100% times 100%.
It still takes a while to add up, but it...
Yeah, it does. But it also, I mean, you've got, what, about 50% right now? I think that's it.
I'm certainly taking it, yeah. I've got 60%, yeah.
So that's, what, 12%? So 6 times 2. No, almost 3%.
Yeah. I don't think I want to buy the energy thing just for my energy shield thing. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't take damage last time. It's probably the energy shield, not the dodge. It's hard to tell. There's various reasons I cannot take damage.
There are various regions you cannot take damage, plus faith.
Yeah. That's an important one. Well, let's see if we get a couple. We won't actually get enough missiles from the boss, but we're not going to use 9 of them on it, so whatever. Oh yeah, and the other thing, yeah, that's right, I've also got the 10 seconds of immunity. I should use that a little more aggressively.
Well, in those empty rooms, I think you're okay.
I don't know. Never know what might happen in an empty room.
Okay. You relaxed?
Shrapnel Rose.
Yeah, this is one of the ones that didn't seed properly earlier, so it was coming out much more rare than it should have been. Remember, you're invincible. But you were. That damage is so good.
Oh, here we go. Some AI war music.
I had to turn all of the audio from the stream off because otherwise I was getting interference. So good so far. At least 7 seconds ago, it looked pretty good.
Did I get too close to my mines again, or did I hit a bullet?
Can't tell. I think you hit a bullet.
Oh, that time I got too. Well, it only did 1 damage. So I think when my
So
cluster should have done
shields
more than
will
that.
block all damage from one
Yeah.
source.
And I'm talking about one that you're seeing now, probably.
No, it still looks like you're in good shape.
Oh yeah, I'm just wondering, like, it felt like I took friendly damage from the one that did 1 health, but I think it would have done more damage than that. I thought it did at least 2. Actually, let's find out. Wait, no, if I do it at point blank, all of them hit me though. Right, and that would be like 6. Maybe like get myself just hit by one of them here.
Or I could just go open the code.
Seems less sciencey.
Miracle testing.
Wait, why's it not hurting me now? Am I dodging all of these hits, or...?
It's possible you're dodging them. I mean, you get 30%
No,
dodge.
this is...
Come on. I wonder if there's a special case exception for, Oh, there's probably a secondary... I don't know. Shoot one into empty space and then walk over it?
Yeah, that doesn't hurt me either.
Strange. I mean, are you invulnerable? No, you're not invulnerable because the boss died.
See, I told you, science. That's how you find things out.
Is it your energy shield sucking up all the damage? Probably not.
But that should be gone because it's not doing the effect on it anymore.
I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
Leave the room, and it's hurting me again now.
You know, you're not going to get your bonus XP for accuracy if you keep this up.
Oh man. Wait, it takes off my shields, but it's not damaging me further now. Also, wait, it took off the shields within the first 10 seconds, also.
Oh, it's only first 10 seconds when you first enter.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it's not it's not hurting me anymore past the shields. It hurts to the shields.
Well, maybe you've displayed how worthy you are with your heart.
So the only thing that changed, as far as I know, is I picked up Supreme Commander, which shouldn't have any effect at all, but...
No, it won't interact like that. I'm not sure. Maybe there was something strange in the room that you were taking AoE damage. I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
There you go, one more thing for your massive list.
Well, on the bright side, this one is one that's rarely going to come up.
Yeah.
So you have to be late at night, tired, shooting yourself randomly in the face with a cluster bomb while having energy shield.
Maybe. You don't know what actually is the cause here. Well, like, so specifically, I can take off my shields with it, but I can't take anything else off. That is curious.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
Yeah, that's a interesting thought, Craigie. Like the fact that the room is cleared affects it in some way, and it's because that would be a thing that was different too.
Yeah, that is possible. Because hostile shots also behave differently once the room is cleared. I'd have to explore.
Alrighty. And yes, I do enjoy breaking games online. That is definitely the case. Oh man, I only got 8 experience on my accuracy bonus.
That is just shameful. Shameful.
Let's see, what type of shop is that? Oh, robot shop again. Okay. What is the icon in the cheap item shop supposed to be, anyway?
I don't know. Let us look here.
Like, on the small image, it kind of looks like a potion or something. Big one looks like some sort of artist torture device. Color wheel that you spin around on, and I don't.
So I'm looking at it right now, and yeah, I'm gonna go with the color wheel with a random thingy sticking out of it. It's my I think it's a useless knickknack because that's what they sell in cheap item shops. Something kitschy.
Also, did you say with a bee sticking out of it?
No, it's just like a chain or something.
Oh,
Like a
okay.
mirror of some sort.
Like, I agree with that more, but I'm less amused.
Well, let's go with bees. There are bees sticking out of it.
Yes,
Bees.
definitely bees. I don't see how anyone could think it was anything different.
Well, obviously because they don't have heart.
Yes. Oh god.
You said you picked up Superman Commander, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
One.
That doesn't actually... Oh, right, that shoots through walls, too. Oh, that doesn't do a delayed effect in that.
I'm actually surprised you didn't have Supreme Commander on your game rating list.
That is reasonable. Yeah, I barely played the original.
I mean, for a Total Annihilation inspired game, the original one was pretty decent.
Yeah, to me it seemed like to really pull the focus to like pure strategy, where like Total Annihilation had a awesome blend of strategical and tactical play.
Yeah, no, it definitely did shift over to a higher strategy component.
This guy's a jerk. There we go. Oh, I still took 2 hits. Yuck.
Ouch.
We don't have a room full of, or a map full of health this time.
Use your nanite leeches.
Yeah, I should probably do that.
and possibly consider a testing save.
Death of a roguelike encouraging me to save stuff. Everyone in chat is disappointed with me. I just want that to be clear.
Yeah, so the missiles detonate when they hit by shots because they also then act as bombs, which means they clear shots. And if they didn't detonate when hit by shots, that leads to, oh, this is not going to end well.
You got some lovely, like, boss music playing through this, too. Come here, Spider. Oh, that's not the last thing.
You're just half done.
Another spider. That's easy peasy. Don't actually want to blow that up. Oh well. Come back here. I don't want to chase after you. Fine, we'll kill, oh, there was nothing else here. We can go this way.
I don't think I've seen this room before. It's kind of terrifying.
Come on. There we go.
To be fair, it wasn't the friendly fire bot, it was also his cluster bomb use.
Yeah, the cluster bomb and the friendly fire bot both take out all the... Yeah, it's a nice team effort, really.
It's the power of a heart.
Really, the more time I spend with this heart, it's getting more and more disappointing.
It's because you haven't fully embraced it.
That certainly could be.
Some health over there in the red, yeah. 7 seconds ago, you got it.
On top of this... ish. Okay. I'm like, alright, let's light up my shots so I can directly hit myself with a cluster bomb.
Remember, you're invulnerable for the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, I remember
have
that
bad habits.
About 8 seconds in. Oh, there's I'm blind to the teleporter. Okay.
The heavy load is actually not a horrible choice, given how you can't shoot things anymore.
Not in close proximity.
No.
One health shard. I mean, I know it's just a cheap shop, but it was very disappointing. It's not the best state of affairs when you're like, man, that shop would have been better if it was selling +2 health. Would have been like clearly an improvement.
I would have gone for the item shard.
Oh, the health shard.
Yeah. But again, I'm bad at this game.
Those guys are all sleeping. Let's deal with the guy that's not sleeping. Yeah, just...
Well, that's kind of an amusing way to deal with that.
Bot, you're supposed to finish him off, bot. Alright, whatever. I'll do it. Bot's too lazy. I guess I could have used those for damage. I just want to clear them out so I don't hit myself on them. Yeah.
I mean, you could actually use the tag team drone to real effectiveness this way. I mean, this would be the ideal situation, assuming they wake up things when they hit them.
Nope.
Oh, that was good plan. Just gonna have to give them some hugs. Really platonic at this point is saying, "I told you so." Regards to your choice of weapons.
Oh yeah, I must have missed that.
He was having the same problem earlier, or at least remembered having it in the previous version. But the damage on it is really good. What's up? Almost new.
It's like, it felt like the tag team bot like took a while to catch up to me, and it's like, oh, there's something sneaking behind me.
That's what you get for running away from his love. So how do you feel about the difficulty that's run through?
Is at least smoothed out a little more than it was. It's gonna be hard to say without a couple plays, probably.
Well, so the amusing thing is that I don't think there's anything you have that was changed. I mean,
Oh yeah.
These were tuned up a little bit, but I think what you were experiencing last time was probably just rogue range.
That is possible. It's certainly not an uncommon problem with a lot of roguelikes, like Dungeons of Dreadmore is way worse about that, where like the first level was kind of hard, and then like the middle 7 were all like trivial, and then it was like hard again finally at the end.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
that's also really variable based on the abilities you pick and stuff.
it's one of the things that there's difference of opinions on the dev team, is that some people want to have net hack variability in range, and other people want crawl level variability. And
Well, Dungeon Crawl is like an objectively better designed game, so go for that one.
yes, but net hack is played by more people.
That is true.
So just because us connoisseurs think it's the best way to do it,
That hex also been around a lot longer.
That's true as well. And it was the first, so well, it wasn't the first, but it was much earlier. There isn't an effective max time rate. There's actually possibly a problem where you can't actually shoot too fast. But I think that only really affects enemy bullet patterns, and I don't think there is an effective range or limitation on the amount of times or the speed a player can shoot at. It is soft capped by the fact that there isn't all that many items you can get, but you can still shoot very, 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 very quickly. You know, I don't think they're very fond of your tag team drone.
That makes 2 of us.
Maybe we should change the shot to a heart pattern. That would be better.
I mean, it would be more distinct. You would like, it wouldn't look as confusing with enemy shots.
Well, actually, it's using one of the shots that is mostly limited to the player. But yeah, I mean, diamonds flying towards you it's a hard lesson. It's hard to adapt to that. And then, you know, you get used to it and you're walking down the street one day and you get ran over by a giant pink fluffy diamond. That would just be horrible. So maybe it's for the best.
Agreed. It shot me.
I mean, I guess we could turn friendly fire on the tag team drone on. That
There
would
you
be
go.
hilarious.
Just make it do like 5 times as much damage, but turn friendly fire on. I'm sure everything would be perfect.
That would work out great. Maybe an AoE too while we're at it.
Oh yeah. You gotta give it, make it really strong, but then balance that strength. So.
Yeah.
Is there something? Oh, there is something else in there. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's 2 blaze cannons. Use your energy weapon. By energy, I mean credits.
Just ignoring the enemy walking away. He was a ninja, he was sneaky. How was I supposed to see him walking away there? Hey, Frog with Todd. Alright, finally made it to our shop here. What do we got? Bunch of reasonable little drums. Let's grab Mr. Corrosive.
Yeah, the tag team drone with high speed rate or high rate fire rates is kind of hilarious. I mean, part of me thinks that we should put hard caps in things so it doesn't get to be that excessive, but the other half of me thinks it's just too funny.
Well, that's about the easiest choice. That certainly makes up for the terrible perk selection last time. We'll just get the best one.
Floor's revealed, right?
Oh, clearly at floor 5 of 5.
Clearly.
I mean, it wouldn't be worthless, but
Actually, it's pretty worthless.
like I could still very easily go left or right, and if I wanted to go straight to the boss, which I mostly do at this point, I don't actually know which way.
Let's see here.
Like I would have taken that over just the whatever it's called, the break the stuff by running into it.
Heavy lid. I believe you get there by going to the right. surprised more people don't hate the Vipers more than the Chompers.
I don't actually know which of those is which to know how much I hate them. Chompers, you're talking about the ones that like spawn the like kind of walls around you that close in.
Yeah, so the Chompers are the ones that spawn the things that look like teeth trying to chew on you.
Mm-hmm.
And the Vipers are the ones that spawn snakes.
Snakes.
Yeah, the room that you just were in that was filled with hundreds of snakes.
I have no idea. It's so long ago. How could I possibly be expected?
You can't. I mean, that would just be uncalled for. Actually, I lied. I think you want to go to the left. I don't know. No, that was the robot shop. So dungeon floors are constructed so that each terminal pathway is a shop, and then pathing fills in basically on the way to that, and then some extra doors are built in along that on adjoining rooms. So, yeah, you'll probably get here from there. It gets a little more complicated, though, when two terminal ends are close to each other, because their pathways might interleave.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's not actually enemies in you?
No, there's no enemies.
Like, I'm like rushing it. I'm remembering by like 10 seconds. Like, alright, let's do this. Oh, wait.
Oh, no, there is enemies in this one.
Yeah, there it is. I can see it now.
Yeah. Sorry, I was 7 seconds ago.
You gotta learn to predict the futures.
I believe that you can just brute force your way through the middle using missiles and not play with those lasers.
That is true. We want to use one of those missiles anyway. It's like I could have played with lasers. And I would have been fine. But nice, good thought. These snake guys, different snake guys.
Currently, I'm seeing some buzzsaws. Yeah, those snake guys.
Yeah, snakes are way worse than chompers. I don't remember which you said you were feeling, but that's what I would say. Snakes are way worse than chompers.
I've always thought the snakes were way worse than the chomp. All I hear about from people.
The chompers give you like enough time to react. Like they for me aren't a big deal.
Now, when it comes to balancing them, I've been too involved with them throughout their lifespan, so they're too predictable for me. So my knowledge and skill set and reaction times against them are different from what you'd expect.
Mm-hmm. Looks like left was correct. I guess I might as well hit the other room while I'm here.
Yeah, so one of the more hilarious game-breaking, well, it wasn't really game-breaking, kinda, was when we were using things that interacted with shot expansion sizes. And so we would allow you to pick up a bit too many of those. And so when you'd fire your primary weapon, it could literally take up the entire room and light it on fire, which is hilarious. But a little bit awkward.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Oh yeah.
See? Heart power saves. That is much too good. No, it wasn't one massive bullet. It was like 60,000 massive bullets. Because you can combine it with the flamethrower's weapon, and he fires, 5 shots per 0.05 millisecond, or per 5 milliseconds, or 50 milliseconds, something obscene. So it was just a horrible amount of awesome fire. I think
Make
there's
Beavis and Butthead very proud.
I think there's still some screenshots on the forum where you can just mod it up yourself to see the effect. It's just too funny. Well, it's slightly bad depending on how the hitboxes work out, because we did also have a problem at one point where we had bullets that their hitboxes were large enough that they kept getting clipped by walls, so you couldn't actually hit things. Oh, you don't want to be there. Oh, but you're invincible then.
Oh, yeah. Let's just keep looking around. Oh, this guy's getting outside his zone. Guy's quite loud. Yeah, just this guy left.
There's a
Oh no,
couple
we've
of
got a
stragglers.
blaze cannon still.
Blaze cannon, and then that, I don't remember what they're called. Warriors. Onigu warriors in the top left?
You wanna go for this bot? Because I don't really want to shoot him there. There you go. Also, totally didn't even try to use a missile while I had infinite missiles.
I'm sorry?
I completely forgot that I had just grabbed the infinite missiles till I
I did too. On the flip side, no longer an option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be an option long, but I was still planning on using it for a little while, but I got distracted.
So Cathonic's asking about Centrifuge. So the secret to Centrifuge is that he is a boss about patience. So if you're running around in circles, you're gonna have a miserable time. But if you're slow and you dodge just a little bit, it's not nearly as bad.
Let's see. I'm trying to think what else would be in a defensive shop I'd really care about. More health isn't bad, but
Realistically, you're probably fine to take on the Warden.
yeah. Hey, Yvonne. That's trains in the game. That's right.
Actually, there is a train in the game.
I just wanted the background mission. Okay. Oh, that's this guy. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
pretty straightforward.
Do your damage numbers calculate against those type of bosses, or is it always just flat?
Which damage numbers?
Any of them.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Like that type of boss, like it just loses health over time. Like, do any of your abilities or damage matter for that?
No, so they don't actually take damage in the same way. What's happening is they have a tick-based DOT that just drops away a percentage of their life per unit of time.
That's what I figured. But we also just got Divine Purpose from that, so that's amazing.
Divine Purpose is amazing.
Hey, Marka. Well, thanks for stopping by in any case. Sleep well. That's Onvar asking important questions here. Is there any ability in this game to suplex the train?
There is no suplexing, tragically. The best you can do...
I can't rate this more than a 5 out of 10, then, if it has a train and you can't even suplex it.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, that's pretty fair. But we're honest about it up front. We admit there is no train suplexing.
.5 out of 10. Okay.
You're too generous. Too generous. There's nothing down there.
I know. I've checked
love
before.
The spikes. The spikes are not your friends.
I've got shield. It's perfectly safe to check. It's like, we'll check again, even though we've checked before. Maybe things change. Maybe there's something secret down here. You gotta science everything. Hi, Sorrowful. You got something against suplexing trains, Sorrowful? Suplexing trains is amazing. I guess we could burn some missiles to grab one more health, probably. But let's see what we're spinning health on first. Oh, we're not spinning health. Even better. Oh, no, we are. Never mind. I'm just dumb. A despicable weapon of Thoraxian origin. Of course. That explains it perfectly.
Oof, that's a lot of health. I have to say that trains are really, really good things. I'm a big train fan.
This weapon doesn't have me kill myself.
No, but it's also half your health.
Yeah.
It is, on the other hand, a decent weapon.
Decent.
It's not bad.
I don't know if I only want decent and not bad.
I mean, it's hard to beat the cluster launcher. It really is. The cluster launcher is one of the highest DPS, if not highest DPS, made weapons in the game.
Look, according to the numbers here, what it shows is this got 2 more attack and 1 more speed, so it should do more damage, clearly.
I don't actually know.
Like, I assume this is a higher level weapon. I think I've seen the cluster launcher before. I've never seen the scourge spread.
The Thoraxian thingy was, the scourge spread was one of the new ones that was added.
Right, okay, that would be the other reason I haven't seen it, yep. That's fair, Kavana. That is fair.
Did you ever play The Last Federation?
I have not, no.
It's worth the play. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, I could go into it, but it's kind of self-serving in a kind of way, and it's a casual recommendation. We're both tired. We're probably not going to remember anything about today in about 6 hours.
Oh, I'll remember some things. This is my schedule. This is how late I normally stay up. I'm just keeping you up crazy late.
That is a bit true. There's other main weapons.
I'll consider that.
They're about the same DPS. There is differences in effective DPS, and I'd have to do some calculations to figure out what that is. The mini bots, or sorry, not the mini bosses are robots, which means that they don't actually talk. The best they can do is pre-recorded voices. So I'm pretty sure he did not say get over here.
Oh, that loses that bonus. Oh well. I mean, if they do the same DPS, then it's kind of like more DPS because I'm not afraid to fire. But how afraid am I to fire in the ward? Not against the wall too often against that jerk.
Yeah, the ward
Mostly just in the middle.
And you'll also like the shot destruction against the ward.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The other hand, trying out new things.
So the best time to actually get the Scourge is in level 1, if you have it proc in the sacrifice shop then. This late in the game, it's less good because you're giving up stuff for not a whole lot of increase in effectiveness.
Bots, go kill it or something. I know that doesn't work. And the corrosive guy doesn't fire unless I fire.
The downside, maybe it might be for the best if you did pick that up.
I'm mostly concerned about the warden, but there is a lot of fear of killing myself here. Does a lot of damage to myself.
It is a lot of damage to yourself.
I must have dodged that shot. Nice. Should probably be. Well, maybe there is an effect and I'm just not seeing it. Like, is there like any sort of visual effect when you successfully dodge an attack or anything?
No.
That might be something to consider.
Possibly.
Helps make like the items feel like they're actually doing things.
No, it will certainly make things feel, but it also add busyness. And one of the things that Misery has been really strong about is to make sure that the player isn't distracted by things, right? So if you get lucky and you dodge a shot, you don't want to distract the player by saying, "Hey, you dodged a shot. Oops,
right.
My bad."
That is also true.
So
I wouldn't see it crying. I mean, I'm talking for general players, for everybody, Cryogy, not just for myself. Just because I wouldn't see it doesn't mean other people would.
So I think you overestimate how much better you are at this game than the average player. I mean, I've watched a lot of videos of people and YouTubers who do one-time playoffs at this, and it's just very strange how they approach the game because they're just not used to this type of game, and just how they do things. So strange. And the things they notice and don't notice. So, I mean, I hate to say it, but you're really good at this.
You hate to say it. Wow.
Well, I mean, I've given you so many compliments that it just starts seeming less sincere over time, so. And as the chat has instructed me, I should be encouraging you to do foolish things that end in your ultimate death. So, I mean, I would hate to not be affected by peer pressure at this time.
You're not doing a great job of trying to convince me to do bad things. You could definitely be trying harder to make me do bad decisions.
Well, right now I'm trying to empower you with the belief that heart will save you. And then when it ultimately betrays you, that will be my glorious victory.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable.
I thought it was a pretty good long-term plan.
Going for the long con. But it's still left. Oh. Boomerang guy. It's always a boomerang guy.
They are subtle. Quick to anchor. There's a guy over on the right. Wow, I was very much behind at the time.
No, we don't really care about getting one more health from a bunch of shards, maybe.
So this is where you have to decide: are you going to make a test save or not?
No.
Okay. I salute your fortitude. Nice to have a module, but 13 seconds too late. Oh, don't shoot. He's invulnerable right now. You need to kill the scrubs on the inside.
Yeah, I have to remember how it works.
How's the detail?
I'm getting a little slowdown. Or a lot of slowdown, in fact. Well, we've got bullet time, so that's making it easier, but...
I wonder how much is it due to streaming and how much...
Oh, a lot of it's due to streaming.
Yeah.
That puts a lot of tax on the CPU. Okay, I've got more money than I realized for how much damage this is doing, so let's just change our approach here, shall we?
Oh my goodness, that just does obscene damage. Just obscene. Oh, and you can block his shots too. I think this is a hold down both mouse buttons and close your eyes sort of moment.
I was just doing it a little bit. I thought there was a phase where he's gonna go invincible for a while, and I thought I had less money because it seemed like I know we got the upgrade, but even considering that, it felt like it was burning my money a lot faster when I was using it in the past. I just misjudged it.
Well, you did get the 50% reduction, but yeah.
Yeah, I was counting that. Yeah, pay to win, exactly, Craigly. Pay to win.
Pay to win. Exactly. Actually, we were considered that for the name for that item for a while, but we thought it was inappropriate. And look at that XP gain for accuracy. Now that's the sort of
73. Why is it 73 though? Because I've gotten much less for much higher accuracy.
It scales based on the floor level.
Did it not used to do that, or is it just very small?
I think it's a small scaling. I've not actually looked into it too much, mostly because it's not.
Yeah, it's it's very much a whatever. It's just So someone decided there should be a bonus to make you feel good for like playing better. They're like, but we don't want to make it like actually important. So
Pretty much. Although it would be hilarious if you got like 10,000 experience for 99% accuracy. Well, congratulations. You have finished a run. You are now the Starward Rogue Master, or at least Key Apprentice.
the key apprentice, yeah, that's right. I'm not the key master.
You are not the Key Master. Yay, there's my name.
It's your other name though.
It's my other name, yeah.
Pitarth. This playlist is on point again. We're just gonna play the Shovel Knight ending theme. It's perfect. And greetings, Ridge.
Well, I think I am going to call it a night while you stay up for another 1,800,000 hours or so.
Really, stay up like 3 more hours. Like, I've got a schedule, okay? Actually makes sense, sort of.
I completely believe you.
Let's see. Are the like 4, 6, and 7 relevantly larger than 5? Because that, I'm afraid of, I would say.
So I believe what it is that floor 5 is about the same size as 6 and 7. They do increase up to that point, but I believe at that point they tail off and they don't increase. And then there's also the part where you don't actually have to clear all of them.
Yeah.
The rooms.
I guess I'd say that's kind of my biggest concern about 7 floors. The length of the 5 floors is about what I want from the game.
Yeah. The other thing is that if you do just exit and you don't do a dev save, it will save your game right there at that spot. So the next time you come in, it will resume from there as well. So you don't have to do a continuous playthrough all at once.
Yeah. Just kind of the investment. I like Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, but I hate it's like a 20-hour run to actually complete a run, and so obviously this is nothing like that. But I always like it a little bit on the shorter but more challenging sort of iterations.
I believe Misery can get it down to the point that he finishes a complete run in something like an hour or 2.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he knows what he's doing, he goes exactly where he wants to go, and he's competent at it as opposed to me. And so it does get a lot faster once you're more comfortable with it, and you take more risks and whatnot.
The dev on Call Zapper was Thuvian. You're still here for now.
I am still here for now. I will depart shortly, but I was going to do one last sort of catch up on anyone who had questions and allow you to relax, talk about anything you wanted before I disappeared into the ether.
Yeah, and certainly if there's any other projects or anything that you would like to plug, feel free to do so.
I think right now what they're doing is they're doing what is it? Raptor emergency.
In case of emergency,
Raptor?
is Steep Raptor or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been pushed back to the 23rd, I think, for the beta release. It's where you where you take on the role of a Velociraptor. Actually, it's not a Velociraptor. But if you know why it's not a Velociraptor, then you'll understand why I say it's a Velociraptor. And killing robots. And they've done a lot more work than that from the beta versions that was previously out. It's some really neat stuff. I'm not directly involved in that one, though. I've been busy on the Starward things. Then I think they actually have some news in the wings about trying to put together a Bionic Dudes expansion. But that's pretty preliminary.
Cool. Feel free to... also, if you have any personal projects that are not Arcade related, you are also welcome to plug anything along those lines as well.
No. Most of my time has been taken up by my official day job, which is completely different than my unofficial day job, so there's not enough time and hours in the day I've found to do most of these things, which is why we have
Yep.
not gotten a functional, complete expansion out yet, which is kind of tragic. We should be getting reasonable amounts of progress and work on that.
Cool, cool. That's epic. But yeah, it's fun having you on the call here.
It was fun to be here. A little longer than I was expecting, but it was a good time. Glad to have you.
You were allowed to leave if you needed to.
I was allowed to leave. There was this permission slip and all sorts of things. So no, I was not held against my will. It was a good time. And yeah, so that's Starward Road. Hopefully people like it and talk about it some. I mean, even if you don't think it's the greatest game in the world, it deserves a fair shot. And most people probably here have it from Humble Bundle, I would guess, as well, since it was there. Okay, I will give the 45-second if anyone actually